Chapter 23:52. At this time, Man was nestled in Song Qingshu's arms. Her pretty face was flushed, making her look even more beautiful. Wu Chen's heart raced when he saw her, and he sighed inwardly. Although Hua Zheng was also a beauty, she was still lacking compared to the beautiful and graceful girl in front of him. It could only be said that there was always a loss when it came to gains. Worried that looking at her would disturb his state of mind, Wu Chen quickly calmed himself down and said to Valrazzi, "In that case, lead the way." Valrazzi did not get up. Instead, he glared at Wu Sunday. "It's time to remove the restriction on my body. What did you do to me?" He had learned good martial arts in the Central Plains, so he naturally knew how to hit acupoints. However, he had not been hit just now, yet he could not move at all. It was really incredible. Wu Chen also looked at Wu Sunday. "Great shaman, in my opinion, why don't you remove the restriction first?" Wu Sun frowned and said in a deep voice, "You can remove it, but you must hand over the poison needles in your body." Although the other party's martial arts were good, he and the Shueihua sect were here, so there was no need to worry. However, the poison needles were too insidious. If he suddenly shot them at close range, he might not be able to defend himself. It had not been easy for him to force the broken needles out of his body. He did not want to have a taste of this again. Valrazzi was naturally unwilling, but he did not need his consent. Wu Chen gave a look, and some Mongolian soldiers searched his body and found the poison needles. After a series of traps just now, only 5 Mongolian soldiers were still alive. Soon, the soldiers searched his body. Looking at the poison needles as thin as a cow's hair, Wu Sun's face twitched. These needles had caused him so much trouble during this period of time. He was so angry that he slammed his palm against the needles and broke them into pieces. Only then did he completely relax. The restriction on Valrazzi's body was removed, and he led the way with a gloomy face. Wu Chen did not dare to completely trust him, so he let him walk in the middle of the group. His subordinates would scout ahead, and he only needed to point the way. As expected of someone who had been playing tricks in this maze for many years, Valrazzi was indeed familiar with the way. The group turned here and there, but they did not encounter any more traps. Finally, he led the group to a staircase and said, "There are no treasures in other parts of the maze. If there really are treasures, they should be at the end of this staircase. Why is it so dark?" Wu Chen frowned, sucking in a breath of cold air as he stared at the dark tunnel before him. Every step was made from giant rocks, and the whole thing spiraled upward. Everyone was clearly holding torches, but the air around them seemed to be a little strange. The light could not reach far, and could only illuminate a few inches around them. Any further and the light would be greatly weakened. He was worried that there was a trap on the wall, so he cautiously raised the torch and came to the wall. Only then did he see that there was nothing unusual on the wall. "I don't know either. This place has been like this since I found it," Valrazzi replied. Old man Wu Sun frowned. "Since there might be treasures here, why have you not taken them out after so many years?" With this said, everyone looked at Valrazzi in the middle with vigilance. Valrazzi replied in a muffled voice, "This staircase is very long and I haven't reached the end even after checking several times. Then again, I only want Yili-Xian, everything else is just floating clouds to me." Wu Sun was stunned at first, but then he broke out in laughter. "I never thought that you would be such an affectionate person. Ha ha ha, relax, as long as you make a great merit this time, the Great Khan will give you the Tai Yen tribe and Yili-Xian will be yours." Although he said this, he was sneering inside. "Once I find the treasure, I'll take care of you, so how could I give Yili-Xian to you?" Thinking of Yili-Xian's mature and plump body, he thought that if it wasn't for you that night, I would have already obtained what I wanted. His gaze landed on Man at the side. Seeing that she was holding hands with the Shueihua great master, inseparable and intimate, he felt as if he had eaten shit. This beautiful mother and daughter pair had actually been taken by another man before him. 135 Chinese hearing his words, Ah-man's face turned red with anger. Just as she was about to explode, she remembered that Song Qingshu had fallen out with the other side because of her. She didn't want to make things difficult for him, so she endured it. A hint of excitement flashed across Varatzi's face. He glanced greedily at Ah-man's face before he turned around and began to lead the way. Wu Chun gave a signal with his eyes, and 2 Mongolian soldiers approached him from both sides. It was obvious that they were guarding him against any mishaps. They also arranged for people to carve marks on the stone steps that everyone had walked on, so that they wouldn't be able to find the way back. After walking for a while, the group finally understood what Varatzi meant when he said the staircase was very long. The group walked for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Logically speaking, most of the stairs should have reached the end by now, but looking around, there was still an endless staircase extending into the darkness. It was as if everyone was walking on the road to hell. "What's going on?" Wu Chun grabbed Varatzi and asked. Varatzi replied, "Didn't I say it before? I've come here several times to check, but I've never reached the end." "What's the longest you've walked in the past?" Wu Chun asked. "About an hour," Varatzi replied. Everyone frowned when they heard this. An hour was not long, but it was not short either. They had no choice but to continue exploring deeper. After all, the purpose of their trip was to find the treasure. After walking for another incense stick, their surroundings were still pitch black. The wide stone steps spread out and disappeared into the darkness ahead. The repeated darkness gave off an inexplicably strange and oppressive feeling. Ah-man subconsciously shrank into Song Qingshu's arms. "Uncle, I'm scared." Song Qingshu could feel her delicate body trembling slightly. He thought to himself, "This girl is really defenseless against me. Does she think of me as her godfather? It's okay, I'm here." Even though he was complaining in his heart, he still had to comfort her. "We can't go on like this," Wu Chun said in a deep voice. "Great shaman, can you use your psychic power to check out the surroundings and see what's going on?" Wu Sun nodded. He was a little scared to keep walking like this. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and spread out his psychic power. Who knew that not long after, he would open his eyes in shock. "Strange, the environment here is too strange. My psychic power can only extend up to 10 feet. Any further and it seems like it's being absorbed by something." Beside him, Song Qingshu had the same feeling. In fact, he had already used his qi to investigate, but he could not find anything at all. Could it be that these stone steps were made of a special material that could absorb psychic power and qi? After thinking for a while, he approached the wall with a torch and pressed his palm on it. As expected, his conjecture was confirmed. He told everyone what he had found, and they were all shocked. "This place is so strange. Why don't we go back the way we came?" someone suggested. However, Wu Chun immediately rejected the idea. "No, we've sacrificed so much to get here. We can't just go back like this." Others might be fine after going back, but he, the commander-in-chief, had not achieved anything. Instead, he had lost many soldiers and generals. The Great Khan might not kill him for the sake of the Hongjaira clan, but his future would be over, and there would be no hope of marrying the princess. Chapter 23:53. Song Qingshu was a little hesitant. He naturally did not want to work for these people, but with Shueyue's status, there was no reason for him to refuse. "Fine, I'll go ahead and explore first, then come back and tell them that there's no way out, lest they really find some treasure." He told Ah-man to stay where he was and let the Mongolian soldiers protect him while he quickly went up the stairs in front of him. Previously, when he was traveling with them, he had some scruples, but now that he was alone, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He used his lightness skill and ran up the stairs as if he was flying. With his cultivation, there was really no trap that could hurt him. However, although he was fast, the stairs seemed to be endless. He walked for a long time, but it was still endless darkness. Suddenly, he stopped, because he could faintly hear some movement in front of him. Is there really someone lying in ambush here to deal with the Mongolians? The thought flashed in Song Qingshu's mind, and he quietly hid in the shadows. The sound was getting closer, and he could already hear the conversation. What the hell is this place? Those insects just now are too strong, at least there are no such insects here. Everyone be careful, there might be danger in the darkness. Hearing the faint conversation of a few men and women, Song Qingshu only felt that the woman's voice was a little familiar, but he could not remember who it was. He only saw it clearly when the few people came closer. So it's her. The person who came was dressed in a yellow robe, and there was even a green feather in her hair, which made her look as delicate as a spring flower, as beautiful as the morning clouds. Who else could it be but Hua Qingtong? Beside her were a few warriors from the Muzhuoluan tribe, and they all looked a little disheveled, as if they had just escaped. Why is she here? Why are there so few people around her? Song Qingshu immediately felt a headache. One must know that Hua Qingtong led the Muzhuoluan tribe and Galdan's allied army to annihilate the Mongolians. Logically speaking, she should be leading the army to search for the fish that escaped the net, so why was she here alone? With just these few guards, Wu Sun alone could take care of them. If they continued forward, once they encountered Wu Chun, Wu Sun, and the others, they would immediately turn from hunters to prey. He did not want that to happen. I've lived here for 1,000 years. Anyone who disturbs me must die. It was inconvenient for Song Qingshu to show his face as a member of the Water Moon clan, so he had no choice but to follow Volratsi's example and scare them away to prevent them from running into each other. The few soldiers from the Luan tribe screamed in fear. Hua Qingtong, on the other hand, was calmer. Who's playing tricks here? Song Qingshu was secretly impressed. Hua Qingtong was indeed a heroine. In such a strange situation, she was actually not afraid at all. However, he could not let her be like this today. He did not waste any time and directly attacked with a few gusts of wind from his fingers. The knives in everyone's hands, including hers, were instantly broken. Get lost. I have been sleeping here for 1,000 years. Don't disturb my peace. Hua Qingtong's expression changed. Regardless of whether the thing in the darkness was a human or a ghost, it was not something that they could fight against. Since the other party had the intention to let them live, how could she bite the bullet and send herself to death? Sorry to disturb you, Senior. We'll leave now. She cupped her hands and hurriedly called for the guards beside her to retreat along the path they came from. Seeing them leave, Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. If he continued forward, he would inevitably catch up to them again. He hesitated for a moment, then turned around and walked back. He wanted to go back and tell Wu Chen and the rest that there were no treasures here and let them leave first. On the way back, Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. He could not help but stop and look back. Looking at the wide stone steps that extended into the distance, he did not know why, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. However, he could not tell what was strange about it. He shook his head and chased these distracting thoughts out of his mind. He continued walking back, but along the way, he could not help but think about the strangeness. Finally, he returned to the previous place. Just as he was about to say that there were no treasures ahead, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he saw Hua Qingtong kneeling in front of Wu Chen with a knife on her neck. The guards beside her were all lying in a pool of blood. A few Mongolian soldiers had also died. Now there were only 2 left. What's going on? Song Qingshu could not help but ask. Hadn't he seen Hua Qingtong run in the other direction? How had she appeared here? Wu Chen laughed loudly. Speaking of which, this is really the blessing of the heavens. We were waiting for you here, but this woman suddenly charged over. Ha ha ha, I was originally worried that we would be punished by the Great Khan after this crushing defeat, but now that we've captured the yellow robe of green feathers, the remaining people of the Muzhuoluan tribe are nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. Ha! We've taken care of the Great Khan's greatest worry. All of us have done a great service. Clearly, he was extremely excited. When he spoke, there was a lot of laughter mixed in. Hua Qingtong turned her head to the side, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Clearly, she was not calm at all. What the hell was going on? Song Qingshu was a bit confused. He had tried everything to avoid this situation, so why had he still ended up like this? Suddenly, he noticed something else. There was no sign of Amon anywhere. He hurriedly asked, "Where's Amon?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on Hua Chen's smile. He stammered, "Just now, not long after you left, Varatsi suddenly attacked. He grabbed Amon and ran into the darkness. We chased after him, but he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. We were worried that you wouldn't be able to find him when you came back, so we could only wait for you here." Wasun also nodded. That Varatsi is really treacherous. On the surface, he was cooperating with us, but in fact, he had always been thinking of betraying us. It's our fault for being careless. Two of the soldiers protecting Amon fell into his hands. What? Song Qingshu was furious. With the cultivation of the great shaman, Varatsi is no match for you. Wasun smiled awkwardly. It happened so suddenly that we didn't have time to react. We didn't expect him to go after Amon. If I had more time, I would have been able to subdue him, but for some reason, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Then, we ran into Hua Qingtong and the others, so we had to stop. Song Qingshu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He directly used his lightness skill to chase after Varatsi. This time, he did not hold back at all. He directly used the unique skill of so close, yet worlds apart, and quickly searched for traces of Amon along the way. Hua Qingtong's identity was very important, so she would not be in danger there for the time being. However, the same could not be said for Amon. With Varatsi's infatuation with the mother and daughter, it was hard to guarantee that he would not kill her. He really did not want to see such a kind and trusting girl end up in any miserable situation. He ran all the way, retreating along the stone walls, but there was no trace of her. After running for a long time, he suddenly saw a flame in front of him. He could not help but be overjoyed. He finally found her. Chapter 23:54. Song Qingshu also felt a chill run down his back. He had clearly been going downstairs, so why did he end up above them? His first reaction was to look at old man Wu Sun, thinking that he was hallucinating, but he immediately rejected this possibility. Although Wu Sun's spiritual energy was vast, it was still not enough to deal with him. Not to mention that Hua Qingtong and the others were running in the opposite direction, but they ended up in this direction. It couldn't be Wu Sun's influence, right? It seemed like this staircase was a closed loop, no wonder he could never reach the end. After saying the guess in his heart, everyone else's first reaction was that it was impossible. Even Hua Qingtong forgot about being captured and his eyes were filled with doubt. It was hard to imagine that this kind of staircase would appear in this world. Wu Sun did not believe it either. His relationship with the Water Moon sect was not good, so he was worried that Wu Sun was deliberately deceiving him, so he led a Mongolian soldier back. Song Qingshu and Wu Chen stayed where they were. They looked at the captive Hua Qingtong on the side and then at Wu Chen's unguarded appearance. If they made a move to save him now, no one would stop them at all. However, he gave up on this idea. Hua Qingtong would be fine for a while, so he would just act according to the situation. With his martial arts, even if Wu Sun was here, he would not be able to stop him. At this time, he was even more worried about Aman, not knowing how she was. On the other hand, Vara had escaped from the strange staircase with Armin through the secret passage. Armin kept struggling and punching Vara. "Put me down! Put me down!" It was a pity that she was too weak, and hitting him was like a lover hitting his chest. Not only could he not break free, it even stimulated Varaki's bestial nature. thinking that the Mongolians were already trapped in the maze and it was impossible for them to catch up. He threw Ah Man to the ground. Humph, Yili Xian was blind in the past. I never thought that her daughter would also be blind, actually choosing this kind of middle-aged man as her lover. Who cares? You're not allowed to scold my mother. Ah Man stubbornly raised her head and angrily stared at the bad person in front of her. Looking at the young girl's charming face, Vraki couldn't help thinking of Yili Xian when she was young. It really was similar. Back then, everyone played together happily, but it was a pity that she chose Che Urku at the thought that the girl in front of him was Churka's daughter. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Varatsi's eyes. Humph, you two women have eyes but can't see, but in the end, you will be mine. After saying that, he began to tear Amon's clothes. Amon cried out in alarm and struggled desperately to call for help. With a crisp crack, Valraki tore off half of her sleeve, revealing her fair arm. Bastard! Suddenly, a furious roar rang out nearby and a figure pounced over. Varatsi was greatly alarmed, thinking that it was the Water Moon sect that had caught up to him. However, when he saw the other party's appearance, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, and here I was wondering who it was. So it's you, you brat. You're overestimating yourself. The person who had come was the previously missing Su Pu. He happened to see Valratsi about to rape Amon, so his body exploded and he immediately rushed over, attacking his enemy without any regard for his life. Unfortunately, although he was considered brave in the tribe, compared to Valratsi, his martial arts were still much worse. He was quickly kicked to the ground. Valratsi laughed. Brat, you only have brute force, but your martial arts are too bad and your brain is not good either. If you had waited just a little longer and waited for me to enter Amon's body and sneak attack her from behind, I wouldn't have survived. Su Pu bit his lips so hard that they almost bled. Shameless. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he climbed up from the ground and desperately pounced forward again. If he had calmed down and taken it slow, Valratsi wouldn't have been able to knock him down in a short period of time. Unfortunately, he was too angry and his attacks were violent. His body was full of flaws, so he was quickly knocked to the ground again. Seeing her lover covered in injuries, Amon's heart was broken. She hurriedly shouted, Su Pu, don't worry about me. Go find uncle for help. Valratsi clicked his tongue. Did you hear that, brat? You're still risking your life for me, but I only have other men in my heart. I don't like you at all. Amon's face turned red with anger. You're talking nonsense. Valratsi coldly snorted. I'm talking nonsense? Didn't you just admit that you're already that Japanese devil's woman? Look at how intimate you were in my arms. You're really a fickle woman like your mother. Su Pu looked at his lover in disbelief, his eyes wide open. On the way here, he had always felt that the Water Moon sect was up to no good. At the same time, he was also dissatisfied with his lover's attitude towards him. He never thought that his worries would really come true. Seeing his reaction, Valratsi smiled with satisfaction. Brat, just watch from the side. Maybe when I'm done, I'll let you have a good time too. At the same time, he secretly thought that there would be a day when he would ruthlessly take Yili Xian in front of Cherku. Thinking of that scene, Valratsi became even more excited. When he was about to throw himself at Amon again, a meteor hammer suddenly flew over. Valratsi dodged it with a flip, and the meteor hammer hit the stone wall on the side, sending rubble flying. Then, a fair-skinned and beautiful girl jumped out and caught the meteor hammer that bounced back. She then continued to attack Valratsi. A thin and weak girl was wielding a mighty and domineering meteor hammer as a weapon. The contrast between the two was too strong. Su Pu's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he shouted excitedly, Axiu, be careful. This girl was Li Wenxiu. She was waving the meteor hammer at Valratsi's acupuncture point. Valratsi was flustered at first, but he quickly calmed down. The other side's hammer technique clearly hadn't reached a high level yet, so he raised his left hand and Li Wenxiu subconsciously dodged to the right. Who would have thought that this was a feint? His right palm came down and with a pu sound, it hit her left shoulder. Li Wenxiu stumbled and fell to the ground. I never thought that father's luck with women would be this good today. Another little beauty has come. Valrazzi began to laugh. Although the girl in front of him wasn't as beautiful as Amen, she was still a beauty. At this time, a cold laugh came from the stone room, a trivial diversion. Do you really think you are invincible in the world? Valrazzi's expression changed. Who is it? Scram out here for me. His move just now was indeed a diversion, but he didn't know why the other side had seen through it. Chapter 23:55. Noticing his gaze, Li Macho's eyes turned cold. Where are you looking? Valrazzi laughed. I thought I was unlucky enough today. Who knew that there would be a turn of events? Not only are there two little beauties, but there is also a great beauty. I don't know if my body can take it. You're courting death. Li Macho hated people who disrespected her the most, so she was merciless. Valrazzi's smile froze because he didn't expect this woman's voice to be so sweet. He hurriedly met it with a palm. When the two palms met, he screamed and quickly retreated. There's poison in the palm? Valrazzi looked at the palm that had turned black and couldn't help but be aghast. Li Macho's face showed a hint of conceit. How is it? My 5 poison divine palm is not bad, right? 5 poison divine palm. You are Scarlet Serpent Fairy Li Macho? Valrazzi's expression changed. He remembered many legends about this woman. A few years ago, she had turned the martial arts world upside down and was a well-known female devil. You actually know me? Li Macho was a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be someone in the desert thousands of miles away who knew her. Valrazzi was silent. When he failed to fight for Yelician, he ran to the Central Plains to learn martial arts. He could be considered a person of Jianghu, so how could he not have heard of the Scarlet Serpent Fairy's reputation? If he still had the black blood god needles on him, he might still have the confidence to fight, but all the poison needles had been taken away by the Mongolians. Facing this female devil, he was afraid that it would be a disaster. In a moment, he analyzed the strength of the enemy and himself. He grabbed Man on the ground and threw him at the other side. He quickly ran to the stone door on the side. Li Macho shook the horsetail whisk in her hand and gently wrapped it around Man's waist. She raised her left hand and the soul-freezing silver needle shot out. Valrazzi screamed and fell to the ground. Soul-freezing silver needle. Valrazzi was an expert in using hidden weapons, so he naturally knew what he had been hit with. Thinking of the 5 poison divine palm and now the soul-freezing silver needle, he was really unlucky today. It's good that you know. Li Macho tiptoed and lightly came to his side, holding a pill in her hand. The soul-freezing silver needles are extremely poisonous. You should know that this is the antidote. As long as you tell me how to break the stairs, I will give you the antidote. Man and Li Wenxiu on the side widened their eyes, secretly admiring her qigong. Her posture was incomparably elegant, it was really enviable. At this moment, Li Macho's hand that was holding the antidote was as smooth as jade, and her fingers were slender. Normally, Livraki would have teased her, but now he did not have the courage to appreciate it. Have you surrendered to the Mongols? Li Macho calmly said, That has nothing to do with you, just tell me what I want to know. Valrazzi remained silent. He knew that Li Macho had always been cruel and merciless. Even if he said something, she might not let him go, not to mention that he had just offended her. Li Macho frowned and coldly snorted, If you don't say it, then don't blame me for being impolite. As a demoness that made Jianghu tremble with fear, how could she not have some methods of torturing people? Just as she was about to make a move, suddenly a black shadow leaped out, and almost instantly appeared behind her. Li Macho was shocked and hastily dodged to the side. The qigong of the ancient tomb sect was originally the best in Jianghu. Not to mention, with the help of Song Qinshu, she had also practiced the ancient tomb sect's highest heart sutra, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Compared to before, her martial arts had improved greatly. Kanshu net huh? The Black Shadow clearly did not expect that his confident attack would miss, but his reaction was also very fast. His palm smoothly swept across, and still covered all the major acupuncture points on her body. At this moment, Limacho's beautiful face turned pale. Her martial arts were very high, and with the addition of the soul-freezing silver needles, and the 5 poison divine palm, as well as her proficiency in actual combat, in Jianghu, only the 5 uniques could defeat her. Otherwise, she would not have been able to run amok in Jianghu for so many years. After practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, her confidence was unprecedentedly high. She reckoned that even if she were to fight against the 5 uniques, she would still be able to put up a fight. However, she did not know where this Black Shadow came from, but he actually made her feel powerless. She had only experienced this kind of feeling twice in her life. The first time was when she faced Song Qingshu, that devil, but the 2 of them did not really fight, so it was ineffective. The second time was when she faced the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi. At that time, it could be said that she was completely subdued. Huang Yaoshi did not even need to make a move. Just the melody of the rising tide almost made her fall into qi deviation. But at that time, she relied on her wit and combat experience to successfully escape from her opponent. This time, she could not help but feel powerless. Logically speaking, her martial arts had improved a lot, and she could even escape from Huang Yaoshi. But now, she felt powerless. Could it be that this person's martial arts was much higher than Huang Yaoshi's? But how could this be possible? Thoughts flew in her mind, but her hands did not stop. 3 soul-freezing silver needles shot out without leaving a trace. In the dim environment of the maze, it was almost undetectable. She only saw the person's hand slightly raise, forming a black hole-like thing. After the soul-freezing silver needles shot out, they disappeared without a trace. Limacho's pupils shrank slightly. Before she could react, she felt a numbness in her shoulder. Her major acupuncture point had been sealed by the other party, and she could not move. On the other side, Wu Sun did not believe it. He personally led his people to walk around, and as expected, he came back from behind the crowd. The crowd's hearts immediately sank. Doesn't that mean we can't go back the way we came? Wu Chun swallowed his saliva, obviously very nervous. This place is too strange. Just now I went back, but I still came back, Old Man Wu Sun said with a frown. Wu Chen's voice trembled a little. This place can't really be haunted, right? He could not help but be shocked. Going down like this, only to come back from above, go up and come back from below, the endless loop was really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was more like the legendary ghost hitting the wall. Even Old Man Wu Sun was a little uncertain. He was the great shaman of Mongolia, and it could be said that he believed in ghosts and gods more than others. Hua Qingtong, who was at the side, sneered, "You are the higher-ups of Mongolia, and yet you still believe in ghosts and gods." Wu Chun hurriedly looked at her. Could it be that Miss Hua can see through the mystery? He knew that Hua Qingtong had always been resourceful, and maybe she already knew something. Hua Qingtong's face turned slightly red. Although I can't see through it, I also understand that this is clearly a brilliant formation. Think carefully and you will be able to find a way to break it. She still had an army outside, and as long as she went out, she would have the hope of escaping. Only Song Qingshu was silent. Why did the characteristics of this ladder seem so familiar the more he looked at it? It was like the soul-suspending ladder mentioned in Ghost Blows Out the Light. The soul-suspending ladder was also known as the Penrose ladder. It was a geometric paradox proposed by the British mathematician Penrose in the 20th century. It referred to a ladder that always went up or down, but never reached the end. On this ladder, it was never possible to find the highest point or the lowest point. However, in theory, such a ladder could not be achieved in three-dimensional space. It was only possible in a higher dimensional space. Chapter 2356. He roughly remembered the method to break through the soul-suspending ladder in Ghost Blows Out the Light, but the book did not explain how it was achieved. The book could vaguely explain this part, but he had to understand it after seeing it with his own eyes. It was theoretically impossible to construct the Penrose stairs in three-dimensional space, but the stairs in front of him could not be faked, so there must be some ingenious way to achieve this trick. Although there were all kinds of magical martial arts in this world, they generally followed the laws of science. However, when he thought of the venerated Ming, the 1,000-year-old monster, Song Qingshu became a little uncertain. He took the torch to the wall to check and carefully looked at each stone step. He had found it strange before, as each stone step was too big. Now, he finally understood. Wu Chun and Wu Sun were in a state of panic, but Hua Qingtong keenly noticed the change in his expression. "You know what's going on?" Song Qingshu pointed at the stone slabs above. "Didn't you notice that each step is too long?" Everyone nodded subconsciously. In fact, they had also noticed that the stone slabs on each step were very wide. They were a few meters long horizontally and a few meters wide vertically. They did not know how much larger they were than normal stairs, but they did not think too much about it. "Is there a problem with these stairs?" Hua Qingtong asked curiously. Song Qingshu replied, "Actually, it's easy to explain that no matter if you go up or down, you will never reach the end of the stairs. That is, you think you are going up and down the stairs, but you are actually walking on the same level." "How is that possible?" Elder Wu Sun raised his doubts on the spot. After all, he had just walked it himself. He ran to the space between the two steps and pointed at the difference in height. "There is clearly a difference between up and down here, so how can they be on the same level?" "That's just an optical illusion," Song Qingshu explained. "Each stone slabs are not horizontal, but tilted in one direction, causing one side of the stone slabs to be higher and the other lower. This way, when connected to the higher side of the next stone step, it forms the illusion of going up and down. It's just that the stone slabs are too big and it's too dark here, so it's difficult for everyone to notice that each stone slab is actually uneven." Hearing his analysis, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They hurriedly took out their tools to measure it. It was indeed so. They just did not think of this before, but it was not difficult to measure whether the stairs were horizontal or not. Everyone clicked their tongues. This mechanism is too intricate. To think that the Gaochang country had such a skilled craftsman. It's a work of the gods. Hua Chun too was overjoyed. He patted Song Qingshu's shoulder and said, "The great sects are truly insightful. If we can find the treasure this time, we'll definitely report it to the Great Khan and you'll be the first to be credited." However, Hua Qingtong could not help but glance at Song Qingshu. He thought to himself that the Mongolians were really full of talent. Even a random guest expert had such knowledge. The future of the wooden table Luan tribe was getting darker. At this time, Song Qingshu was thinking. If he was the one designing it, he could design it like a Mobius strip. A normal strip of paper had two sides, and an ant crawled on it. If it wanted to crawl all the way on both sides, it had to cross the edge of the paper. However, if a strip of paper was twisted 180 degrees and the two ends were glued together to form a paper loop, then the paper loop would only have one side, and the ant could crawl all over the curved surface without crossing the edge. In this labyrinth, some of the connections could be made into long and narrow robbers' holes to confuse people's sense of direction. This way, people would unknowingly walk on the same flat surface and would never be able to get out. Now that we know the mechanism here, how do we break it? Hua Chen's question broke his train of thought. Song Qingshu pointed to both sides of the wall. "If I'm not wrong, there must be a fork in the wall or a mechanism door. It's so dark here, and the surroundings are made of light-absorbing materials. Other than making it difficult for us to discover the problem of the stairs, it's also to prevent us from seeing the mechanism on the wall. Hearing his words, the few of them hurriedly ran to check along the way. Only Song Qingshu stayed behind to watch over Hua Qingtong. Seeing that she was still kneeling on the ground, he stretched out his hand to help her up. How can I find a chance to release her? Song Qingshu felt a headache. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to kill her to silence her. Thank you. Hua Qingtong curiously surveyed this Japanese. Back then, she had heard of his deeds in Xingqing Manor. It seemed that he was beaten up by Fu Kalin of Goryeo and fled without a fight. At that time, she felt some contempt for him. But now, it seemed that he was completely different from the rumors. At this moment, cheers erupted from afar. Found it. Song Qingshu brought Hua Qingtong over and discovered that there was a very concealed fork in the wall. Only one person could pass through at a time. In such a dark environment, if one didn't know the principle behind it and deliberately searched for it, it would be impossible for them to find this place. The group slowly advanced along the fork. After walking for about several tens of zhang, the view before them suddenly widened. A gigantic stone door appeared before them. From its appearance, it looked like a warehouse. 118 Hua Chen was overjoyed. We've finally found the treasure. This place was so well hidden, and there was even a ghost labyrinth soul staircase guarding the front. If this wasn't a treasure chamber, what else could it be? Hua Sun also had an agitated look on his face. However, he was much more cautious. He first used his mental energy to scan the surroundings, and after ascertaining that there were no ambushes, he followed them in. Song Qingshu's gaze sharpened. He noticed a shiny object on the side of the path. That was Amon's head ornament. However, now that things had come to this, he didn't know where Amon was. He could only search for her after he was done here. Where's the treasure? Where's the treasure? Hua Chen's angry roar came from inside. Song Qingshu hurriedly followed in to investigate. He discovered that the stone room was filled with tables, chairs, beds, mosquito nets, many books, go sets, 7-stringed zither, stoves, bowls, plates, mirrors, and other common objects of the Central Plains. However, there was no gold or jewelry. There are stone tablets here. Hua Sun discovered 2 gigantic stone tablets and pointed to the wall. There are also murals. Song Qingshu went over to take a look. There were many Chinese characters carved on the stone tablets, but most of them were other strange characters that he couldn't recognize. Fortunately, Hua Qingtong had lived in the western regions for a long time and could recognize the Kazakh language. He slowly read out the characters on the stone tablet. It turned out that this labyrinth was built during the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. This area was where the Gaochang kingdom was located during the Tang dynasty. At that time, Gaochang was a large country in the western regions. It was rich in resources and powerful. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, the king of Gaochang was called Zhu Wentai. The Tang dynasty sent an emissary to Gaochang, telling them to abide by many Han customs. Zhu Wentai said to the emissary, "Eagles fly in the sky, pheasants perch on the ground, cats roam in the hall, mice hide in their burrows. Each has its own place. How can we not breed evil?" What he meant was, although you are fierce eagles flying in the sky, we are pheasants hiding in the bushes. Although you are cats walking around the hall, we are mice hiding in the hole and chirping. You can't do anything to us. Everyone lives their own lives. Why must you force us to abide by your Han customs? Emperor Taizong was furious when he heard this. He thought that they were barbaric and did not obey the emperor. Therefore, he sent General Ho Junji to suppress them. Zhu Wentai knew that the Tang army was powerful. He decided to defend and not fight. Therefore, he gathered a large number of people and built a maze in a very secret place. If the capital could not be defended, there would be a place to retreat. At that time, Gaochang was rich and powerful. Many skilled craftsmen from the western regions were gathered here. The maze was built in a very strange and winding way. It was prepared to hide all the country's rare and precious treasures in the palace. Zhu Wentai thought that even if the Tang army attacked the maze, they might not be able to find me. Hou Junji had learned the art of war from Li Jing and was good at using troops. Along the way, he crossed the desert with irresistible force. When Zhu Wentai heard that the Tang army was coming, he was scared to death. His son, Zhu Jisheng, became the king. Hou Junji led the army to attack the city. After a few battles, the Gaochang army was defeated. The Tang army had a kind of siege vehicle. It was 10 feet tall. Because it was as tall as a bird's nest, it was called the nest carriage. The nest carriage was pushed to the edge of the city. The soldiers looked down from above and threw stones and arrows. It was difficult for the Gaochang army to resist. Zhu Jisheng did not have time to escape into the maze. He did not have time to move his treasures. The capital had been breached and he could only surrender. Gaochang was founded by Zhu Jia. It lasted for a total of 134 years. It died in the 14th year of Zhenguan. At that time, the territory was 800 miles from east to west and 500 miles from north to south. It was a big country in the western region. Hou Junji captured King Zhu Jisheng, the civil and military officials, and the heroes of the big families. When he returned to Chang'an, Emperor Taizong said that the Gaochang country did not accept the Han culture and did not know the benefits of the Chinese cultural relic. Therefore, he gave a large number of Han books, clothes, utensils, and musical instruments to Gaochang. The people of Gaochang said in private, "Pheasants can't fly like eagles, mice can't meow like cats. No matter how good the Chinese people's things are, we Gaochang savages don't like them." The books and cultural relics bestowed by Tang Taizong, all kinds of tools, as well as the statues of Buddha, Confucius, Taoism's Laojun, and so on, were all placed in the maze. Nobody took a second look at them. The stone tablet recorded the events of that year in words, while the murals on the wall depicted the battle situation of that year in real life. Song Qingshu then understood that the maze was built by the Gaochang country as a refuge. At the same time, it was used to deal with the Tang dynasty. No wonder the mechanisms in the maze were so powerful. Unfortunately, it was useless like the Maginot Line. There are no treasures, there are no treasures. Wu Chen almost went crazy when he learned the whole story. He had lost many soldiers this time. He thought that he could make up for his mistakes if he found the treasures, but it was all for naught. He was angry and scared when he thought of this. He pulled out his sword and slashed at the pictures on the murals to vent the negative emotions in his heart. Who knew that as he slashed, a figure in the mural suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck. Wu Chen's mouth gurgled. He wanted to call for help but could not. Ghost! The remaining Mongolian soldiers beside him were scared out of their wits. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. The person on the mural had come to life and even reached out his hand. Even with their bravery, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. Chapter 23:57. Song Qingshu's scalp felt numb. Could it be that he had really encountered a 1,000-year-old ghost? However, after the initial panic, he quickly calmed down. This blurry figure was most likely an impersonator, so he took out the water moon saber and slashed at the arm. The figure waved its hand, and Song Qingshu felt a strong force on the saber. The saber in his hand almost flew out of his grip, and he could not help but be shocked. Because he was worried that he would be exposed, he subconsciously used the level of the Water Moon sect. Originally, with the martial arts of the Water Moon sect, it was more than enough to deal with most situations, but he did not expect that this fellow, who he did not know was actually so powerful. The figure took advantage of his shock, and directly grabbed Wu Chen and threw him over. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless, worried that the figure had used hidden force on the other party, so he gently caught Wu Chen. In the end, he found that Wu Chen's head was hanging weakly to one side, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, his neck had been broken. The black figure rushed to the other side like lightning, grabbed Huaqintong, and left. Song Qingshu could not help but glare at Wu Sun angrily. "Why didn't you make a move?" Wu Sun was also dumbfounded. "I made a move, but he did not respond to my mental strength." Song Qingshu frowned. At this moment, he did not care about anything else and hurriedly chased after the figure. Previously, he had accidentally lost Ah Man. This time, he could not let Huaqintong be lost under his eyes. The black figure was extremely fast. Even though it was carrying a person, Song Qingshu did not hold back anymore. He pushed his speed to the limit, and after a while, the distance between them was getting closer. Seeing that he could not escape, the black figure suddenly stopped and threw Huaqintong to one side. Then, he turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless, and stopped to be on full alert. The black figure in front of him was indeed a person, but his whole body was covered in a black robe, and he could not see his face clearly. "You are not a ghost," the person snorted. "Unfortunately, you are about to become a ghost." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced at Song Qingshu. As he attacked, the surrounding light distorted, as if there was an invisible force field affecting the surrounding air. Song Qingshu found it difficult to breathe. Now that things had come to this, he did not dare to hold back his strength. He focused his mind and slashed at the darkness in front of him. This time, he did not imitate the bladesmanship of the Water Moon Great Sect. Instead, he used the divine blade slash of the Mandarin Duck Blade. A bright full moon instantly cut through the darkness and illuminated the whole stone chamber. The black shadow had already retreated several feet away. There was a small knife mark on his sleeve. His face was solemn. "You are definitely not from the Water Moon Sect." "You know the Water Moon Sect?" Song Qingshu frowned and thought back to the move he had just used. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. "You are a Tongtian shaman." The black shadow's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, he couldn't see through the black shadow, so he didn't dare to act rashly. At the side, Huaqintong's eyes widened. Having been enemies with the Mongolians for a long time, she naturally knew who the Tongtian shaman was. As the spiritual leader of the Mongolians, why did he fight with this group of Mongolians? Didn't he just kill Huachun? Also, it was said that the Tongtian shaman had the cultivation of a grandmaster. He had the ability to communicate with ghosts and God. How could this Water Moon Great Sect fight him to a draw? Jin Yong's Chinese weight, the Tongtian shaman mentioned that he wasn't from the Water Moon Great Sect. Thinking back to the situation when he solved the soul-suspending ladder, who was this person? "Since you guessed my identity, I can't let you go today." The Tongtian shaman's body shook and his aura surged. Two black hole-like things appeared in his palms. A black shadow spread out from his feet and quickly spread to the walls. It was like a huge mouth from hell that was about to pounce at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped him. "Cult Master, don't panic. Our goal is actually the same. There is no need to kill each other." The Tongtian shaman sneered. "The same? How do you know what my goal is?" Song Qingshu said. "I was a little puzzled before. Although this maze was built by the Gaochang ancient country to deal with the Tang army, after 1,000 years, no mechanism should be working. But when I entered the cave, the traps seemed to be new, and the scarabs in the box couldn't have lived for 1,000 years. Now it seems that it is all the work of the cult master." The Tongtian shaman snorted and didn't say anything. At the same time, he gathered his strength and didn't attack again. Song Qingshu continued, "We came to find the treasure on behalf of the Khan, but the cult master chose to deal with us. Just now, you killed the patriarch of the Hongjiara tribe, Huachun. It can be said that you got rid of the Khan's right-hand man. After thinking about it, it is obvious that the cult master wants to deal with the Khan. I disguised myself as the Water Moon Great Sect and hid beside the Khan. Naturally, I also want to deal with him." All this was thanks to Zhao Min. If she hadn't analyzed the situation in Helen City, he, as an outsider, wouldn't know the intrigue among the Mongolian higher-ups. The Tongtian shaman's eyes narrowed and suddenly laughed. I also know who you are. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The Tongtian shaman looked at him deeply. Although there are many masters in the world, there are only a few who can tie with me. There is only one person among the younger generation who is good at lightness skill and has a conflict with the Khan. He is the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu. Hua Qingtong exclaimed and couldn't help looking at him in surprise. She didn't expect that this person turned out to be Song Qingshu in disguise. No wonder he took care of her along the way. Thinking of this, she couldn't help blushing. Fortunately, they were in the dark and didn't have to worry about being seen. Song Qingshu was silent. At their level of cultivation, it was not too difficult to roughly estimate the age of the other party. It was also expected that his identity was guessed. The Tongtian shaman suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, fine. With your identity, you are qualified to cooperate with me. However, today's matter is of great importance, and there can be no leakage. This woman can't be left alive. As he said this, he struck Hua Qingtong. The attack of a grandmaster was very powerful, and she was tied up and unable to resist. She could only watch as the palm of the Tongtian shaman slipped away. Have mercy! Song Qingshu used his dragon-capturing skill to pull her to his side, dodging the other party's casual palm strike. The Tongtian shaman's eyes narrowed. What, you want to protect her? Song Qingshu said in a low voice. This woman has led the Wood Table Luan tribe to defeat the Mongolian army several times over the years. She is the target of Temujin's revenge. If you kill her, won't that be exactly what Temujin wants? The Tongtian shaman snorted. Of course I know that, but our identities are very sensitive. We can't let others know. Even if it's a pity to kill her, we still have to kill her. Chapter 23:58. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her blushing and bashful expression. He never expected that she would say such a thing. However, he reacted quickly. He knew that she was cooperating with him and giving the Tongtian shaman a reason that he couldn't refute. So he followed her words and said, Yes, she is my woman. I naturally can't let you kill her. At the same time, he secretly admired Hua Qingtong for being the person who led the tribe to fight against the Mongolians. She was really smart and could make such a decision in an instant, even at the expense of her reputation. Hua Qingtong also looked at him with approval. Sure enough, it was easier to cooperate with smart people. Your woman. The Tongtian shaman's expression was extremely strange. No wonder you were so close to her just now. After a pause, he looked at the two of them suspiciously. But as far as I know, Hua Qingtong is the fiancé of Zhang Wuji, the leader of the Ming dynasty, right? Hua Qingtong felt guilty. Before she could think of how to answer, Song Qingshu had already said, I have a grudge against Zhang Wuji. I have always taken pleasure in stealing his women. Hua Qingtong glared at him angrily, thinking that this person was really shameless. At this moment, his voice sounded in her ears through secret voice sending. It's urgent, so I made up an excuse to fool him. I hope Miss Hua doesn't mind. Is it really just an excuse? Hua Qingtong was deeply doubtful, especially when she thought that Zhang Wuji's fiancés were Zhou Zhiruo and Zhao Min. In the end, they had all become his women. A trace of inexplicable meaning flashed in the Tongtian shaman's eyes. If Zhang Wuji hears this, I'm afraid it won't be good. Song Qingshu said, I have never been friends with him. So what if he knows? The Tongtian shaman's eyes returned to calmness. He looked at Hua Qingtong and asked, Are you really his woman? At this point, Hua Qingtong could only grit her teeth and insist, Yes. You don't mind that he approached you to take revenge on Zhang Wuji? The Tongtian shaman continued to ask. He is a very charming man. I like him, and I believe that he likes me deep down. Hua Qingtong cursed Song Qingshu in his heart. Of all the reasons he could have used, he had to use this one. It made him seem especially cheap. Haha, women really change their minds easily. The Tongtian shaman laughed. He no longer looked at Hua Qingtong and said to Song Qingshu, "Let's discuss the details of our cooperation." Knowing that he no longer insisted on killing Hua Qingtong, Song Qingshu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Sect Master, you should have a plan, right? I want to use this incident to drive a wedge between Temujin and the Hongjaira clan, the Tongtian shaman said after a moment of hesitation. With your help, it should be more effective. Song Qingshu nodded. How do you need my help? He had also guessed that this was the reason why the other party had killed Wu Chun. The time is not right yet. The Tongtian shaman shook his head and refused to elaborate. When I need your help, I will contact you again in Lin City. That's fine. Song Qingshu did not pursue the matter. What about Wu Sun? Do you want to kill him? No need. If you kill him, it will be difficult for you to report back. The Tongtian shaman said with a faint smile. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, but he immediately realized that all the people who came out this time had been wiped out. Now Wu Chun was dead. If Wu Sun died and he went back alone, everyone would suspect something was wrong. However, he was deep in thought. Would this Tongtian shaman be so kind as to think for him? Or could it be that this old man Wu Sun was with him? After all, one was the leader and the other was the great shaman. They were both in the same unit. All right, I'll leave first. If there is a chance, I will look for you in Lin City. The Tongtian shaman was about to leave. Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped him. May I ask, leader, have you caught anyone else before? They are my friends. Leader, please be merciful. Number 5 said. The Tongtian shaman turned around and looked at him strangely. Those 2 women are also your friends? You are really a human stallion. Song Qingshu was shocked. Why were there 2 of them? However, he remained calm. Leader, you flatter me. Forget it. I will do you a favor. They are in the house over there. You can go and find them yourself. The Tongtian shaman pointed into the distance. Then, his whole body seemed to merge into a mass of darkness. The mass of darkness quickly disappeared into the distance. Song Qingshu was not in a hurry to find Ah Man. Instead, he helped Hua Qingtong up and untied her. Are you really Song Qingshu? Hua Qingtong stared at him throughout the whole process. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Song Qingshu said impatiently. If I am really that old pervert from the Shuiwe sect, you will not be able to keep your chastity today. Hua Qingtong's face turned red. She secretly cursed in her heart. You are not much better than the Shuiwe sect. At the same time, she could not help but poke his cheek with her finger. She exclaimed, Your disguise is amazing. It is simply amazing. Song Qingshu said seriously, Miss Hua, I hope you can keep what happened today a secret, especially the fact that I know disguise. In order to save you today, I have revealed my biggest trump card. Hua Qingtong was extremely touched. She could not help but put on a serious expression. Don't worry. I will not reveal what happened today to anyone else. I will not mention your disguise to anyone else. Song Qingshu looked at her closely. You can't even tell your parents and your fiancé. Hua Qingtong suddenly felt a surge of anger. What kind of person do you think I am? I swear again that if I reveal anything to anyone, I will be abandoned by God and suffer in the Inferno prison forever. This time, Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed. Actually, you don't have to swear such a vicious oath. The people in the western region believed in God. Swearing in the name of God was the most serious oath. Hua Qingtong ignored him and said in a deep voice, I also want to clarify something. I said that today to deal with the Tongtian wizard. Don't think too much. I don't have those thoughts about you. Song Qingshu laughed. Miss, you are a heroine. Why would you like a lascivious man like me? Naturally, I won't care. Also, don't go out and talk nonsense. Hua Qingtong's face heated up. Especially what I said just now to disgust Zhang Wuji. It seems that Miss Hua still cares about this fiancé. Song Qinshu could not help but tease her. Hua Qingtong said lightly, no matter how much I don't care about him, he is my fiancé in name after all. I have to care about his reputation. Song Qinshu could not help but move closer to her and ask, by the way, did you mean it when you said that I am very charming and that you like me very much? Get lost. Hua Qingtong walked out with a straight face. Hey, where are you going? Song Qinshu asked. Hua Qingtong stopped in her tracks. Of course I'm going out. Otherwise, when I see Wu's son later, how are you going to let me go? Song Qinshu reacted. That's right. If you leave now, you can blame everything on that black shadow. Hua Qingtong continued, after I leave, I will leave with the army. Anyway, most of your people are dead. Song Qinshu laughed and said, you should be worried about hurting me, right? Chapter 23:59. Song Qinshu shrugged and walked to the other side. After dealing with Hua Qingtong's matter, he was going to save Ah Man. The Tongtian shaman had pointed him in the direction just now. He was also very curious about the other woman the Tongtian shaman had mentioned. He followed the directions to the corner of the corridor and saw Li Wenxiu and the others who had been captured. When he saw Li Macho, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect to see her here. Su Pu and Li Wenxiu were a little scared when they saw him, but Ah Man was surprised to see him. Song Qinshu first went to untie the ropes on her hands. Uncle, how did you know we were here? Ah Man's eyes were shining like the most beautiful jewel in the western region. I just met a black shadow and chased him here. Song Qinshu asked her to untie Su Pu and Li Wenxiu while he went to help Li Macho. Li Macho was a little worried. Be careful, that person's martial arts are very high. No, very high. She didn't even know how to describe it. There was still a trace of fear in her voice. Song Qinshu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've already beaten him away. From the other's tone, he clearly knew who he was. Li Macho opened her mouth, but when she thought of the unfathomable martial arts of the man in front of her, she finally calmed down. Why are you here? Song Qinshu asked curiously. Li Macho answered, the sage nun was worried about your safety here. It just so happened that the Sun Moon sect heard about the black blood needles here, so she invited me here. Ing. Song Qinshu's heart warmed. It felt so good to have someone always thinking about you. Suddenly, he noticed the exhaustion between Li Macho's brows and couldn't help but say, it must have been hard for you to travel thousands of miles by yourself. Li Macho was startled. People in Jianghu had always thought of her as a demon. Over time, she had even forgotten that she was a woman. However, just as her heart softened, she immediately suppressed it. She said lightly, I've been traveling alone in Jianghu all these years. I'm used to it. On the side, Li Wenxiu had escaped with Amon's help. She couldn't help but sigh when she saw how beautiful Su Pu was. No wonder Su Pu liked her so much. If she were a man, she would also be reluctant to part with such a beauty. Seeing her sweetheart being so intimate with her rival, she was extremely annoyed and could only walk to the side. She noticed that Li Macho and Song Qinshu were chatting happily and couldn't help but ask, Sister, is he your friend? Li Macho hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, sort of. For a demoness like her who was wanted by everyone in Jianghu, she was not used to the word friend. Song Qinshu was happy for them. You sisters have recognized each other? Li Macho snorted. If I wasn't looking for my sister, why would I travel so far just for you? Anyway, thank you for coming to help me. Song Qinshu didn't mind. This woman was quite arrogant. This time, Li Macho was a little embarrassed. You don't need to thank me. I didn't help you much. I was going to ambush you in this maze to help you deal with the Mongolians, but I didn't expect that I would meet that mysterious man. Now I need your help." Li Wenxiu, who was standing on the side, took credit for her sister. "Who said you didn't help? If you didn't show up, we would have reported to the Mongolians that his identity was fake. I'm afraid he would have died before he got here. Also, the Mongolian guide at the entrance of the maze was killed by your needles. You also reactivated many of the mechanisms that had been in disrepair for years." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. "So that pervert was killed by your needles. But why didn't I see any wounds?" Li Macho said, "I set up a mechanism at the top of the door. The moment he opened the door, he was shot by the icy silver needle. With his hair as a cover, you naturally couldn't find any wounds. I didn't have to go through so much trouble to kill him. But I heard Xiu talking about the legend of the evil ghost, so I took advantage of it." Song Qingshu laughed. "Haha, the effect is very good. Those people are scared to death." Li Wenxiu looked at him curiously. "Who are you? I saw Shuiwei Grandmaster being killed with my own eyes." Song Qingshu teased her. "What do you think?" Li Wenxiu looked at him and then at Li Macho. She said tentatively, "Are you my brother-in-law?" Song Qingshu was stunned. Li Macho was angry. She pulled her sister's ear. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Wenxiu looked wronged. "He asked me to guess." Song Qingshu laughed. "I don't mind being your brother-in-law. But your sister doesn't like a playboy like me." "You playboy?" Li Wenxiu stared at Shuiwei Grandmaster. She wanted to say something but hesitated. At this time, Su Pu came over with Ah Man and thanked Song Qingshu. "Thank you, benefactor, uncle, for saving our lives." After Song Qingshu helped them up, he remembered that Wu Sun was still there, so he said to Li Macho, "I'll have to trouble you to take them back to the Wooden Table Luan tribe first. I still have to find Wu Sunday. If he finds you, it will be difficult." Li Macho nodded. "Okay, I'll take them back first. After that, I may send my sister back to Jiangnan to reunite with her family." Song Qingshu felt a bit regretful, but he still said, "Then I wish you a safe journey." Li Macho snorted and directly took Li Wenxiu, Ah Man and the others away. Ah Man wanted to talk to Song Qingshu, but he could only give him an aggrieved look. After Su Pu saw this, he didn't know why his heart suddenly hurt. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why did he feel that he had offended her? The few figures disappeared into the distance. Song Qingshu had no choice but to put away his thoughts and return to the secret chamber behind the soul suspending ladder to look for old man Wu Sunday. However, to his surprise, there was no sign of Wu Sun. "What the hell?" Song Qingshu was stunned. His first reaction was that old man Wu Sun had followed behind and witnessed his conversation with revered Ming. But he immediately denied this speculation. Although old man Wu Sun's cultivation was high, it was much worse than his and Tong Tian shaman's. It was impossible that both of them did not notice him. Then he searched around the maze, but he still could not find any trace of old man Wu Sunday. It seemed that he was afraid of Tong Tian shaman's martial arts. He thought that Shuiwei Grandmaster was not his match, so he took the opportunity to quietly escape. Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry. If he met Li Macho and the others, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased out of the maze. Unfortunately, the outside of the maze was full of messy footprints. They should be the footprints of the Wooden Table Luan tribe's army. After Hua Qingtong came out, he left with the army. There were so many people in the army, and the messy footprints made it impossible to tell which direction Li Macho and old man Wu Sun had gone. Helpless, he could only walk back the way he came. Unfortunately, when he came here, he had Su Pu, Camel, Sansir, and other people who were familiar with the desert terrain to lead the way. Later, he lost his way in the sandstorm. Now that he was walking forward, Song Qingshu really couldn't tell the directions. He could only search according to the direction in his memory. According to his pace, He should be able to catch up with Li Macho or Old Man Wu Sun in a short time. But after walking for almost an hour, he still couldn't see them. Finally, he had to admit that he was lost. Looking at the vast desert, Song Qingshu couldn't help feeling a headache. This situation was truly too embarrassing. However, he wasn't too worried. With his cultivation base, even if he got lost in the desert, he could just use his movement technique to go in a certain direction. He wouldn't be trapped to death in the desert. Just as he was about to climb the ladder in the air to determine the direction, he suddenly noticed a lonely figure in the distance. He couldn't help but feel happy. It was not bad to find a companion in this desert. He hurriedly followed the direction. After a while, he finally saw the person's appearance. He couldn't help but be shocked. How could it be her? Chapter 2360. Song Qingshu looked behind her and didn't find anyone else. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. Why was she here alone? Did something happen to the Taiyan tribe? He saw Yili Xian's figure stumbling across the desert before finally falling into the sand, scaring Song Qingshu into quickly running over. The terrain of the desert looked very close, but it was actually very far away. It was a classic example of running a horse to death. It was a good thing Song Qingshu's qigong was not bad and he managed to reach her side in around half an incense stick of time. He helped her up. Yili Xian was currently in a half-unconscious state and Song Qingshu used his body to block the sun for her. At the same time, he took out a bottle of water to slightly wet her lip. Yili Xian slowly opened her eyes and when she saw him, her eyes flashed with a misty glow. True God's envoy? I can actually see you again. Am I already dead? Do you want to die this much? Song Qingshu looked around before picking her up. I'll bring you to a place to hide from the sun first. Yili Xian's face was pressed against his chest, and she suddenly had a feeling of peace. When she relaxed because she was too weak, she quickly fell asleep again. Song Qingshu was a bit hesitant. He still needed to find Wu Sun and the others, so staying here to take care of her would be too much of a waste. However, if he abandoned her like this, she would die without a doubt and he could not do such a thing. After giving a long sigh, he decided to save Yili Xian first. After all, he was already lost and running around in the desert alone, who knew how many wrong paths he would take. It would be better to wait for Yili Xian to wake up before asking her for directions. She was a member of the Taiyan tribe after all, so she would be more familiar with the desert than him. He brought her back to the maze. He did not want to go back to the maze as there were sacred beetles scattered all over the place. Who knew when a few of them would appear, that would be troublesome. Many of the Mongolians had died in the maze, so they still had plenty of supplies. Song Qingshu collected some and stayed by Yili Xian's side. Around dusk, Yili Xian slowly woke up. She was still dehydrated and tired, but there weren't any major problems. When she saw Song Qingshu clearly, she couldn't help but rub her eyes. Is it really you? Song Qingshu had started a fire and was cooking dried meat and dry food. He smiled and said, Madam, we are really fated. After that, he handed her a bowl. Eat something to warm your body first. Although it was very hot in the desert during the day, the temperature at night was very low. Yili Xian took it and quickly wolfed down the bowl. Song Qingshu said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, There's more in the pot, should I give you some more? No need. Yili Xian wiped her mouth with a red face. She had not eaten in a while, and was indeed a bit hungry just now. Why are you alone in the desert? Song Qingshu asked. Who would have thought that these words would bring back a sad memory? Yili Xian's eyes turned red. I didn't want to stay in the tribe, so I came out alone. Why? Song Qingshu was stunned. At the same time, he was curious about where the Wind Maiden was and why she came out alone. Yili Xian shook her head. I don't want to say. If you don't want to say, then don't say. Song Qingshu comforted her. Have a good rest. Why is it just you alone? Where are the other Mongolians? Yili Xian looked around and found that there were no traces of the others. Limitless, they're all dead. Song Qingshu replied. Then what about Ah Man? Yili Xian's beautiful face instantly turned pale. Relax, she is fine. I have already sent people to send her back. Song Qingshu roughly explained what had happened on the way. I never thought that you would save her so many times on the way. Yili Xian had a complicated expression. I don't know how to repay the favor you have given us, mother and daughter. Song Qingshu replied. It was just something I did in passing. Madam doesn't need to worry about it too much. Yili Xian hugged her feet and her chin was placed on her knees. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Do you know why I came out alone? Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. Didn't I ask you earlier that you didn't want to say anything? However, he also knew that he didn't need to say anything at this moment. The other party would continue to speak. He only needed to be a qualified listener. You saved me that day and Che Ku asked me when I returned. I said that it was Allah's messenger who saved me, but he did not believe me and even suspected me. Song Qingshu was thinking about what Allah's messenger were you talking about? No one would believe you. Yili Xian's clear voice continued, because I returned home the next day, Che Ku suspected that I had done something wrong to him. No matter how I explained it, he did not believe me and there were rumors everywhere in the tribe. With just a few words, Song Qingshu could roughly understand the situation at that time. He was very clear on how terrifying rumors were in this world, not to mention that for a beautiful woman like Yili Xian, it was unknown how much jealousy there was. Women were jealous of her beauty and men were jealous of not being able to obtain her, so they couldn't help wanting to destroy her when they had the chance. How about I go back and help you explain it? Song Qingshu never expected this kind of disturbance to occur. The reason he had her go back during the day was to avoid the Mongolians. Yili Xian shook her head. No need. Actually, I don't care what the people in the tribe say about me, but I never thought that Che Ku would not believe me. We have been husband and wife for so many years. Afterwards I entered the desert in a fit of anger, wanting the rumored evil spirit in the tribe to kill me, but I never thought that I would meet you in the end. Song Qingshu comforted her. Madam is this beautiful, it would be hard for other men to not have this kind of suspicion. Even if I was in your shoes, I would be the same as your husband. This was not a lie, human nature was like this. Yili Xian gave a faint sigh. You really are a good person, even comforting me like this. Song Qingshu felt a bit of a headache, but he knew that it was useless to say anything in this situation. He could only divert her attention. Although it is a bit hard to say, I still want to ask Madam if you remember the way back to the tribe. I want to go back, but I was a bit lost before. Yili Xian was stunned, but she still nodded and said, Of course I remember. I'll be your guide. Song Qingshu was a bit embarrassed, letting you go back to that sad place at this time. I will have to go back in the end. If I seek death again, wouldn't I be letting down your kindness of saving me? Not to mention that I still need to see Ah Man. Speaking of her daughter, Yili Xian finally revealed a smile on her face. Then I'll have to thank Madam. Song Qingshu decided to leave tomorrow morning. With someone leading the way and his own speed, it shouldn't be too late. You've helped me this much, but I haven't thanked you yet. Yili Xian revealed a gentle smile. Her eyes suddenly fell onto the boiling water in the pot and she couldn't help saying, There is so much water in the desert, wouldn't this be a waste? Song Qingshu replied, It doesn't matter, this is an oasis and there is a small river there, so there is no water shortage. Chapter 2361. I want to take a bath. Yili Xian hesitated for a bit before standing up and saying. Song Qingshu thought that these women were really troublesome, but he still nodded. You can go by yourself, I won't peek from here. Yili Xian quickly said, I don't mean that. I just want to ask you to help me keep a lookout. Song Qingshu asked in a doubtful voice. This desert is desolate, are you afraid of other people? Yili Xian shook her head. The main thing is that the water source in the desert will attract many animals, so I'm afraid of encountering danger. Song Qingshu finally knew that his thoughts were wrong. Thinking of the animal world he saw in his previous life, it was indeed like this. Although there were no crocodiles in this area, there were still poisonous beasts. So he agreed and brought her to the river. After finding a safe place, he sat down behind a large rock. Go take a bath, call me if there's anything. With his cultivation, he would be able to make it in time if there was any danger at such a close distance. Thank you. Yili Xian thanked him and lifted her skirt as she walked towards the river. There was the sound of clothes being taken off coming from behind the rock. Yili Xian's beautiful waist appeared in Song Qingshu's mind and he couldn't help sighing in his heart, what a thin waist. The key thing was that although her waist was thin, it did not seem thin at all. Combined with her full butt, it had a strong visual impact. There was a kind of wild strength and beauty, and with that beautiful face, this kind of woman was simply a beauty. It was no wonder that Varatsi had been worried about her for several decades. Where did Varatsi go? He didn't seem to see him in the labyrinth. But he did not care about it at all. This kind of person was not worthy of his attention. Hearing the sound of the water rippling behind him, if it was a few years ago, Song Qingshu would have some thoughts, but he was more concerned about the military affairs of the country now. This thought flashed in his mind, and he began to think about what to do next. Not letting the Mongols get their hands on the treasure of Gaochang was already a success. Wiping out one of the Qieshui army along with one of the 4 leaders of the Qieshui army was a pleasant surprise. Once he returned to Helen City, he would discuss with Zhao Min about how to use their relationship with the Tongtian shaman to weaken Temujin's power. The best scenario would be for them to die together. That way, everyone would be happy. However, Temujin was a heaven's favorite, so he would not be so easy to deal with. There were many plans in his mind, but all of them had their own problems. Just as he was having a headache, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. He subconsciously asked, "Are you done bathing?" "Yes." He felt that Ah Man's voice was like a lark, but now that he heard Yili Xian's voice wasn't the same. It was pleasant to listen to, but it also had a hint of maturity and gentleness, as if it could leave people with endless reverie. "Let's go back. It's not safe to be near water in the desert." Song Qingshu subconsciously turned his head and was suddenly stunned, because the dazzling white light in front of him was a little dazzling. Yili Xian had only wrapped her clothes in front of her, revealing her snow-white shoulders and slender thighs. Her body was still releasing water vapor, just like a spirit that had come out of the lake. "Does Madame not have a change of clothes?" Song Qingshu rubbed his nose. It was a good thing there was no nosebleed, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. "Let's go to the camp. I still have a few sets of clothes, if Madame does not mind." He said this as he turned to lead the way, but before he could finish, a soft body hugged him from behind. Guangxi, even through her clothes, he could still feel the shocking maturity and fullness on his back. Song Qingshu couldn't help being stunned. He subconsciously thought that Yili Xian had taken some aphrodisiac. After all, this situation was too abnormal. But it had already been so long since he saved her. The drug should have taken effect long ago. Could she have been bitten by a poisonous snake in the river when she was bathing? In the past, there were snakes that had this kind of ability that could make a person lose their reason and fill them with desire. Give me a dozen of this kind of snake. This kind of snake had a high medicinal value. When the time comes, he could give it to Ouyang Feng, the poison hand king of medicine, Cheng Lingsu, and the others to study it. And it was like this. While he was thinking, Yili Xian's voice rang out again. "Everyone is saying that I am not chaste, and even Che Erku feels that I have wronged him. Since I have suffered all these rumors, then I have truly wronged him, and the grievances I have suffered these past few days have not been in vain." Song Qingshu gave a sigh and comforted her. "Madam, don't be impulsive. This is all a misunderstanding. Time will prove everything. How can this prove? I am not an unmarried little girl. Yelisien's voice suddenly had an inexplicable meaning. I have already given birth to a child, so I cannot prove my chastity. At the same time, even if I have done something wrong to my husband, he will not be able to judge it. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought that what she said was very reasonable, and he had nothing to say. You don't need to worry, I won't make you take responsibility. After tonight, we will treat it as if nothing happened. Yelisien's soft voice came again. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, Madam, you really don't need to be like this. He was considering whether or not he should seal her sleep acupuncture point. Who would have thought that the woman behind him would suddenly cry, Do you also think that I am a shameless cheap woman? Song Qingshu did not even have time to reply before she began to sob about the grievances she had suffered over the years. Is it my fault that I'm beautiful? Why does everyone think that I have an unclear relationship with other men? When Varatsi's matter caused an uproar in the past, in order to not be misunderstood, I never smiled at men other than my husband and rarely spoke to others, always maintaining my innocence. I thought that this matter had passed. But after this matter, I finally understood. In everyone's eyes, I am a fickle woman who will definitely cheat on my husband, so what meaning is there for me to persist for all these years? It's human nature to be jealous, and it can't be changed. As for your father-in-law, Churku, it's mainly because you're too beautiful, and he doesn't think he's good enough. That's why he's always worried that you'll leave him. As Song Qingshu comforted her, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. You don't need to persuade me. Once the women of the prairies make a decision, they will not change it, unless you dislike me. Yelisien suddenly sneezed as she spoke. Are you very cold? Feeling her trembling body, Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that the temperature in the desert was very low at night and she was only wearing a few clothes. How could she not be cold? A bit. Yelisien's teeth began to chatter as she spoke. Song Qingshu knit his brows and turned around to pick her up. He quickly moved her to the campfire and sent some true qi into her body at the same time to drive away the cold. Feeling a warm current flowing through her limbs, Yelisien's trembling body finally calmed down. She looked up at this man. Although he was ugly and a bit wretched, his heart was truly good. Chapter 2362. Song Qingshu was stunned. He carefully looked at the woman hugging him. Madam, are you serious? Yelisien gave a laugh. I feel like you're the same as those Han people, being a bit sentimental. Us women of the prairies are very passionate, and once we make a decision, we won't regret it. After a pause, she suddenly looked at him with a suspicious gaze. I can understand the eyes of the men in the tribes staring at me. Although they don't say anything, I know what they are thinking, but your eyes are too calm. You wouldn't be impotent, right? Like this, she suddenly felt embarrassed. After so many years, she had finally decided to indulge herself, but in the end, she met an impotent man. Where could she go to reason with this? Madam will know in a bit whether I can or not. The other side had already said this. Song Qingshu was not a monk, so there was no need to be pretentious. He hugged the beauty in his arms as he responded. Suddenly, he felt something hard on her thigh. At that moment, Song Qingshu's hair almost stood on end. He hurriedly looked down and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was only a small dagger. This is the chastity guard that Che Urku gave me. Every woman on the prairies has one. Perhaps she was worried that the other side would think she was trying to harm him, so Yelisien quickly explained. She took off the dagger as she spoke and threw it to the side. Song Qingshu was shocked. Zhao Min also had this thing on her thigh. Thinking of Zhao Min's faint smile, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. Was he letting them down like this? But seeing the beautiful face of the beauty in his arms and feeling the amazing elasticity of her body, that trace of guilt was quickly thrown away. The one with Yelisien was the Water Moon Great Sect, What did it have to do with Song Qingshu? Why is your body so young? The reason why Yili Xian was this bold today was because she was angry at Cheku, but the other reason was to repay him. Adding in the fact that in this vast desert, it was like there were only the two of them in this world, it was easier for her to let go in this environment. It was just like those backpackers who traveled in the wild in the future. In those barren and uninhabited areas, they sighed at the insignificance of human beings in the face of the shock of nature. It was very common for a lone man and a lone woman to roll into the same tent at night. Both parties were willing, and they would part ways afterward. But Yili Xian did not expect this to be wonderful. After all, not mentioning the appearance of the Water Moon sect, she was not young, so what was there to look forward to with a middle-aged body? But what surprised her was that the person in front of her was the body of a strong young man, which made her heart beat faster. It should be because my internal energy is relatively high. Song Qingshu did not plan on telling her the truth. His identity was very important and was related to many people's lives, so the fewer people that knew, the better. After tonight, the two of them would return to being strangers. Yili Xian's body trembled and her face turned red, not saying a word. She was just letting go of herself, but now she was filled with emotions. This starry sky, it was truly beautiful. The next day before the sky brightened, Song Qingshu woke up the woman beside him. It was not a good idea to travel in the desert under the scorching sun. It had to be known that in the desert, one would travel in the early morning and evening, having to find a place to rest in the afternoon. Yili Xian tidied up her clothes while feeling a bit shy. As a woman of the prairies, she was very natural. She was the one who controlled the mood yesterday, but later she found that she could not control anything. After an entire night, she felt an inexplicable shyness and trembling in her heart. Breakfast has already been prepared. Wash up and we'll continue on our way after eating. Looking at the curve of the young woman's waist, Song Qingshu couldn't help giving a sigh of praise. He even had an impulse to say to Che Erku that she was truly amazing. However, this thought only flashed by. He was not that dirty. 85 Hearing that they were going back to the Iron Extension tribe, Yili Xian was a bit reluctant, but she immediately warned herself in her heart. She had made her decision yesterday, and would return to normal after one night, so how could she think too much? Only after last night, she didn't know how much energy she had left to walk today. Thinking back to this scene, Yili Xian couldn't help biting her lip. The resentment she had towards Che Erku from before had already disappeared and was replaced with a bit of guilt. However, even if she had to choose again, she would not regret it because it really was very beautiful. Song Qingshu had gotten lost because of the sandstorm and the Wooden Table Luan tribe's sudden attack, causing the battlefield to be too chaotic, so he could not remember the road around him. Now that he had Yili Xian's directions, it was unknown how many times his efficiency had increased. Being carried by him through the desert, they only needed to step over 2 giant hills. Yili Xian's red lips were already wide open in shock. Are the martial artists of the Central Plains all this powerful? I am the most powerful, Song Qingshu proudly said. Of all the experts he knew, in terms of Qinggong, there was no one that could compare to him. Yili Xian couldn't help thinking about it. Although she didn't have much experience with men, her body clearly told her last night that this was the most powerful man in the world. The two of them moved quickly and time passed quickly. Soon the sun was high up in the sky, and although Song Qingshu could barely endure it, how could a normal person like Yili Xian endure the scorching heat of the desert? So he found a sand dune that was away from the sun and dug a hole to rest inside. Su Pu taught me before. Yili Xian's face turned red. Su Pu was the man chasing after her daughter, so she felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. She gave a vague reply and went to the side to dig another hole. As a member of the Iron Extension tribe, she naturally knew how to do this. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would pull her into the hole, let's do it together to avoid wasting our energy. Although the hole was dug a bit bigger, it was still a bit tight for the two of them. Being pulled back into his embrace, Yelisian was a bit helpless. We agreed that it would only be once last night. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. It wasn't just once last night. Thinking of last night, Yelisian's face turned red. Is this fellow an ox? Anyways, we're in the desert. Thinking of this, her hands were not as determined as before. She naturally hugged the man beside her because she also liked this feeling. Just like this, the two of them traveled from dawn to dusk and rested when the sun was high in the sky, finally returning to the Iron Extension tribe. Yelisian was a bit hesitant at the edge of the tribe. This was the so-called homesickness made one even more timid. Not to mention that she could ignore everything in the vast desert, but seeing the familiar environment, she couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. When she was planning to return to the desert, there were suddenly several herdsmen not far away. They saw her and quickly rushed over. Yelisian, something happened to your family? Yelisian's heart skipped a beat and she quickly asked, what happened? Chapter 2363. What? When Yelisian heard this, all her emotions were thrown to the 9 heavens, and she quickly ran back to her tent. Song Qingshu could only follow and ask the shepherds at the same time, where is Wu Sun now? The shepherds were a bit afraid, after all, he had come with the Mongolians, but thinking that he was by Yelisian's side, they still replied, he has already returned to Helen City. After a while, Yelisian had already returned to her tent. There were quite a few people surrounding the tent, and when they saw her return, they all called out in a low voice, Yelisian is back, Yelisian is back. The group of people made a path, revealing Che Ku who was lying in the tent. The normally noisy Che Ku was currently quietly lying on the bed. There were quite a few bloodstains on his body and his face was incomparably pale. If it wasn't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one would think that he was already dead. Che Ku, Yelisian gave a sad cry and quickly ran over. Although she was a bit angry at her husband for misunderstanding her, they had been husband and wife for so many years and the loving memories of the past appeared in her mind, making her feel even more pain. Yelisian, let it go. Che Erku is being summoned by the True Lord and will serve the True Lord in the future. Several Tai Yen tribe women comforted her on the side. Their tribe did not have any doctors and when they were sick, they could only pray to God and use their own bodies to resist. In the past, there was Old Man Ji who had some medical skills, but because of the Han robbing of the escorts, the people in the tribe hated the Han. Everyone avoided him as much as possible. Later on, no one knew where he went and no one knew if he had left or died, but no one in the tribe cared. Therefore, there were no doctors left in the tribe, and even if there were, with Che Erku's current appearance, there was nothing he could do. Hearing their comforting words, Yelisian was even more hurt. She thought that if she had not run away in a fit of rage, her husband would not have been this angry and he would not have impulsively run off to take revenge when he saw Wu Sunday. It was all because of her. Thinking of how she had been fooling around with other men in the desert these past few days, Yelisian felt even more sorry for her husband. She was filled with despair as she took out the chastity guard on her thigh and stabbed it into her heart. Che Erku, I'm coming to accompany you. The people around them cried out in alarm. Who would have thought that she would suddenly commit suicide? It was too late to stop her. Fortunately, Song Qingshu reacted quickly and knocked away the dagger in her hand. Madam, don't panic. Let me take a look at his injury. Can you cure diseases? Yelisian couldn't help being filled with joy. If you can cure him, I will definitely. Halfway through, she was stunned. She couldn't think of anything to repay the other side with. The other side was a high-ranking Mongolian official, so he must be richer than them. Her most precious thing was her beautiful body, but she had already given it to him, so she couldn't just give him some cattle and sheep as thanks. While she was in a daze, Song Qingshu had already examined Che Erku's body. His hand was broken and several of his ribs were broken. He should have been kicked in the chest by someone and there were bruises all over his body. It seemed like he had been beaten by someone before. He used his true chi to check the other side's body and found that his internal injuries were very heavy. With such heavy injuries, if it wasn't for the fact that his body was strong, he would have already died if it was a normal person. But this was not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing was the injury on his head. It seemed like he had been hit by a wooden stick and his skull was a bit broken. It was unknown if the inside of his head was injured or not. Song Qinshu roughly explained the situation to her, and the surrounding people were filled with surprise because Che Erku had indeed suffered these injuries. Yili Xian almost fainted. She could not imagine who would be so cruel as to do this to her husband. Is there no hope? Yili Xian's eyes were filled with tears, and she seemed to have lost her soul. Today's literature network, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I can save him, Song Qinshu said with a frown. Yili Xian was filled with joy and her eyes were filled with pleading. Then please quickly treat him. No matter if you can cure him or not, I will thank you from the bottom of my heart. Let them leave first. Song Qinshu did not want too many people to see the method he would use to save Che Erku. If it was spread to others, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't guess his identity. Yili Xian quickly stood up and called out to the people of the tribe. Although the others were suspicious, they did not want to bear the reputation of harming Che Erku, so they could only wait outside the tent. Seeing her put down the tent's curtain, Song Qinshu immediately began to save him. His two hands turned into afterimages as he pointed at the acupuncture points on his body. He wanted to use the one yang finger to stop the bleeding and heal the meridians and organs at the same time. He had earned quite a bit of internal energy from Yili Xian over the past 2 days. Now he would have to return it all to her husband and it would be a large loss. With this thought, Song Qinshu was a bit embarrassed. He was indeed being a bit shameless. He quickly gathered his thoughts and focused on treating his internal injuries. Yili Xian saw the steam rising from his body and did not dare disturb him at all. She could only tightly hold her clothes as she waited on the side, praying to God in her heart at the same time. After a few hours, Song Qinshu finally stabilized his internal injuries. Then, without any time to rest, he hurriedly set Che Erku's bones. After the internal injuries were done, he had to deal with the external injuries. He applied black jade reconnection ointment to the broken bones of his hands and ribs, and then fixed them with bandages and wooden board. Another hour passed after he was done. How is it? Seeing him finally sit down, Yili Xian quickly handed over a cup of water from the side, as she nervously asked. Song Qinshu took the cup of water and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I have already used my internal energy to heal his injured internal organs, and his broken bones can be quickly healed with my elixirs. With his physique, he should be able to recover from his injuries in the future, but the problem is that his head was heavily injured. I have tried my best to take care of the brain injuries, but if his head is injured, there is nothing I can do. Whether he can wake up in the future will depend on his luck. Yili Xian excitedly kneeled on the ground. Thank God, I also want to thank you. You being able to pull him back from the gates of hell is already beyond everyone's expectations. Song Qinshu quickly helped her up. Madam, please get up. We are friends, I will naturally do my best to save him, not to mention that I owe him a bit. Yili Xian's face turned hot when she heard this, and she couldn't help revealing an embarrassed expression. Song Qinshu gave a laugh and quickly changed the topic. Madam, don't be happy too early. Although I can confirm that his body will recover in the future, I am not sure if he will wake up. Perhaps he will be a vegetable for the rest of his life. What is a vegetable? Yili Xian had a confused look. His body is alive, but he cannot regain consciousness. Seeing the other side's pale face, he comforted her. Of course it is possible that he will only lose his memory after waking up or nothing will happen after waking up. I just want you to be a bit prepared. Chapter 2364. Song Qingshu went to ask the herdsmen outside the tent, but they all looked at him with a wary expression. He could only helplessly find the people who had brought him and Yili Xian. They hesitated for a long time before explaining the whole story. It turned out that Wu Sun was the first to return from the desert. When the Taiyan tribe saw that he was the only one who came back, they asked Su Pu, Amon and the others. He directly said that he had been killed by a demon in the desert. Although everyone was angry, seeing that the Mongolians had also been wiped out, they couldn't say anything. Who would have thought that Su Pu and Amon would also return not long after? Che Erku asked them about what happened on the road. He also knew that Wu Sun had deliberately made him drunk and pretended to be him to molest Yili Xian. Che Erku had a bad temper, so when he heard this, he pulled out his scimitar and charged into Wu Sun's tent to settle the score. Su Pu naturally wouldn't sit back and watch. Moreover, even if Su Ruk didn't do it for his brother, he did it for his son. He quickly gathered a group of people and charged into Wu Sun's tent. Although Wu Sun's cultivation was high, most of his attribute points were placed on his sorcery, so he wasn't good at close combat. When a group of warriors closed in on him, although he could use his spiritual energy to control a few of them, he was immediately interrupted by the attacks of others and was quickly subdued. Che Erku interrogated him about his evil intentions and couldn't help beating him up. He was about to kill him to avenge his wife when a group of Mongolian soldiers suddenly arrived. Wu Sun was the spiritual leader of the Mongolian kingdom, second only to the Tong Tian shaman. At the same time, he was also one of the 4 original 10,000 households, so he didn't lack land or private armies. When he came out this time, he had Wochen and Borchu's troops waiting nearby. He never thought that they would save him at the crucial moment. The Taiyan tribe was outnumbered and Su Ruk was killed in the battle. Che Erku was also seriously injured. Old man Wu Sun was still angry and personally went to beat him up. This was also the reason why Che Erku's body was filled with internal and external injuries. Su Lu and Amon were taken away by him, as well as a group of high-ranking members of the tribe. Of course, he didn't come here for the purpose of this trip. He found 30 beautiful women in the tribe and left with a satisfied expression. Wu Sun actually prepared an ambush. He is indeed a sly old fox. Song Qingshu suddenly realized another problem. What about the Wind Maiden? Where is she? Wind Lady. Those people were clearly confused. She's the maidservant who was with me previously, the Japanese woman with a petite figure. Song Qingshu gestured as he described. When Wu Sun first came back, she heard that you died in the desert and then she disappeared. Some people said that she went to the desert, while others said that she went to Helen City. Song Qingshu nodded. He and Yili Xian had just come from the desert and did not meet her on the way, so she should have gone back to report to Lin Xianghai. This was good as well. She wouldn't have to do things by the side. Did you see the other 2 women? One was dressed like a beautiful Taoist nun, but she usually looked cold. The other was a beautiful little girl with a very pleasant voice. Song Qingshu described Li Macho and Li Wenxiu. Those people looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. I didn't see them. Song Qingshu suddenly fell into deep thought. Li Macho had escorted them back, and Ah Man had returned. In theory, the 2 of them should have returned as well. Could it be that Li Wenxiu couldn't stand seeing Ah Man and Su Pu's display of affection and left to lick her wounds? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If Li Wenxiu left, Li Macho would definitely leave as well. They just missed the arrival of the Mongolian army. Next, they should return to Jiangnan to reunite with their family. 04 Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that Li Wenxiu would catch up with Wu Sun's group to save her lover. What should he do next? As Song Qingshu was thinking, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Then, many Taiyan tribe herdsmen ran over in a panic. The Mongolians are here again. Didn't Wu Sun leave? Why did he come back? Song Qingshu hurriedly jumped onto the top of a tent and looked into the distance. He saw a group of elite Mongolian cavalry charging over with a cloud of dust. They were all well equipped and were definitely not Wu Sun's private army. Instead, they were very similar to Borchu's men. Jie Shui. Song Qingshu also recognized the person leading the group. It was the commander of the 4th Jie Shui army, Chila Un. The commander of the Jie Shui army was Naya. There were several other commanders under him, each leading a Jie Shui army. Among them, Mawali, Borchu and Naya were the same. They were also part of the 4 great 10,000 household. Normally, they had their own fiefdoms and were not under Naya's command. As Temujin's personal guards, other than Naya, there were Borchu and Chailan. There were also a few thousand households, but the most important ones were these few. Borchu had died in the sandstorm. This Chila Un had been Temujin's bodyguard for many years. Although his military skills were not as good, he was definitely a top expert. Why is he attacking the Taiyan tribe? Song Qingshu was very confused, but this was not the time for him to think too much about it. He quickly ran to inform Ye Xian. Seeing him return, Ye Xian's body involuntarily became a little hot. This kind of physiological reaction made her feel very ashamed, but she could not control it. It must have been a conditioned reflex from the past few days. Why are you back? The Mongolians are coming, hurry up and leave. Song Qingshu quickly described the situation outside. But what about Cherku? He's seriously injured. Ye Xian's beautiful face lost all color. She was already feeling guilty, and would not abandon her husband no matter what. From the looks of it, they don't plan on leaving anyone alive. If you get caught, you'll be better off dead than alive. Hurry up and take him away. I'll help you buy some time. With that, Song Qingshu rushed in the direction of the Mongolian army. When the Mongolian soldier saw a man and a horse charging towards them, the Mongolian soldier fired a volley of mounted arrows. Song Qingshu used his saber to block the arrows and shouted, "Don't shoot! We're on the same side." By this time, Chila Un had also seen his face clearly. He ordered his men to stop shooting and waited for the enemy to come closer. A group of soldiers immediately surrounded him. "Master Shueiwe, aren't you dead?" "Who said I'm dead?" Song Qingshu asked. Chila Un was about to say something, but as if he suddenly thought of something, he changed his words. "It's good that you survived. Come with me and kill these Taiyan people." Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "The Taiyan tribe has already submitted to the Great Khan, and it is also Princess Huajing's territory. If we openly slaughter them, wouldn't the other tribes in the grasslands be shaken?" Chapter 2365. For a moment, Song Qingshu wanted to give him a thumbs up and say, "What you said makes so much sense that I have nothing to say. Why did you kill them?" Song Qingshu still did not understand. "Why are you so fussy?" Chila Win was angry. But remembering that the other party was a Mongolian official, he patiently explained, "The Great Khan has always been fair with his rewards and punishments. You should know what the consequences will be if all of you were wiped out this time, right?" Seeing Song Qingshu nod, he continued, "Wu Sun only knows how to lust for women, but he is also too soft-hearted. I know what his plan is. He wants to push the blame for this failure on the Taiyan tribe, claiming that they colluded with the Muzwolan tribe and caused the deaths of Wochen and Borchu. But with so many people in such a large tribe, how can we hide the news? It's better to end it all here so that there is no evidence." Noticing the shock in Song Qingshu's eyes, he lowered his voice and continued, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a good relationship with that old bastard Wu Sunday. At the same time, I have been greatly indebted to the 4th prince and the 4th princess. Just think of it as revenge for Wochen." He was not afraid that the Shueiwe clan would leak this information. After all, in his view, only Wu Sun and the Shueiwe clan survived this mission. If they were to pursue the matter, neither of them would be able to escape. Song Qingshu suddenly realized that this was the reason. This guy was truly cruel and merciless to kill hundreds of Taiyan tribesmen just to silence them. But for someone like Chila Win, who had followed Temujin on several expeditions to the west, he was already used to massacring entire cities. A small tribe was nothing to him. By this time, the Mongolian cavalry had already charged into the camp of the Taiyan tribe, killing everyone they saw along the way, not even women. The Taiyan tribe was, after all, a tribe of the steppe. Every one of them was brave and skilled in battle. Soon, a group of young men charged out with weapons in hand. Unfortunately, they had gathered in a hurry and did not have a proper formation. This time, Chila Win had brought along 2,000 elite Xieshue. How could these people stop them? When Song Qingshu saw the warriors of Taiyan tribe fall into pools of blood one after another, his eyelids twitched. There were a few times when he was unable to hold himself back and wanted to attack, but there were so many Mongolian soldiers right now. There was no way he could kill them all alone. Furthermore, it was hard to say who would be the one to kill the 2,000 elite cavalrymen charging on the plains. Mom, suddenly, a burst of crying could be heard. A 5- or 6-year-old boy ran out crying. It was obvious that he had been separated from his family. Coincidentally, he blocked Chila Win's path. Chila Win's expression didn't change at all, and he directly slashed at the child with his saber. How could Song Qingshu hold back? He hastily leaped and rushed to save the child. "What are you doing?" Chilon was immediately enraged. Many of the surrounding cavalrymen also aimed their bows, arrows, and scimitars at him. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Song Qingshu's forehead, but he reacted quickly and immediately said, "Every time the Great Khan slaughters other tribes, he will leave behind children no taller than the wheels of a carriage as slaves." Chilon knit his brows. The Taimu tribe really did have this rule. There weren't many people on the plains and each person was a treasure. Thinking of this, he gave a snort. After this, send these slaves to my territory. He didn't trust the other side, so he would only be assured if he controlled them. Of course, Song Qingshu replied, but he was thinking about what to do next. At this time, Chilon suddenly gave a surprised cry and broke out in laughter. He pointed at a figure in the distance and said, "It's said that Yili Xian is as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her today, it really is impressive. Don't kill this woman, let me properly enjoy her first." At this time, Yili Xian was using a horse to pull a cart. Cheku was placed on top of it and she was trying her best to lead the horse towards the desert. Perhaps the past few days together had made the normally dangerous desert become a haven for her subconscious to hide in. But she had already been discovered, so how could she run? Chilon brought a group of cavalrymen to surround her. This waist, this thigh, it's the best. Why are you still guarding this damned husband? Follow this old master from now on. Yili Xian's face turned pale and she subconsciously looked at Song Qingshu, but she quickly looked away. She did not ask for help because she clearly understood that with this many Mongolian soldiers, the other side's martial arts would not be able to save her. Since it was like this, why would she drag him down with her? How could Song Qingshu not understand the meaning in her eyes? He never thought that this woman would still think of others like this in a crisis, but he couldn't harden his heart and ignore her. Just as he was thinking about how to capture Chilon first, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Looking in another direction, he heard the thunderous sound of hooves. Immediately after, a series of screams came from the outermost Mongolian soldiers. A bright yellow figure riding a white camel appeared in his field of vision. Hua Qingtong. Song Qingshu was both surprised and happy. Shouldn't she have already returned to the south? Why was she still here? Halcyon yellow robes. Many of the Mongolians cried out in surprise. It was clear that this name had left a lot of fear in them. Chilon was furious. Raising his sword, he called out to his subordinates, "What are you panicking for? Charge with me!" When the Mongolian cavalry had fought with the Taiyan tribe and defeated the young men of the tribe, they all felt that the situation was settled. Many of the Mongolian soldiers dismounted and entered the tents to take advantage of the women in the tribe. Their formation had long since become a mess. Although Chilon was not good at fighting, he had seen all kinds of storms when he was with Temujin. At this time, he was keenly aware that if they fought normally, they would lose. However, he had always been brave. He noticed that Huaqingtong was only a few hundred steps away and there weren't many soldiers around. As long as he charged over, he might be able to capture the leader first. Thinking about how if he could capture Huaqingtong, the Muzwolan tribe would not be able to do anything. Their relationship with the Dzungar and Ming dynasty would be broken and the Great Khan would be overjoyed. Chilon's eyes flashed with excitement. At this moment, even a beautiful woman like Yili Xian was thrown to the back of his mind. As long as he became an overlord, he would be able to get as many beauties as he wanted. Even if they were a bit lacking compared to Yili Xian, there would still be more of them. In the distance, Huaqingtong noticed the charging Chilon and slightly knit her brows. With a wave of her hand, she had a group of camel soldiers come over to block him. However, Chilon was incomparably brave. At this time, he had abandoned his scimitar and was wielding a large knife with great vigor. His entire body was like an arrowhead as he charged into the Muzwolan cavalry. With the help of the soldiers around him, he was able to destroy the soldiers sent to block him in an instant. Huaqingtong's expression finally changed. She quickly turned around and rode her camel to hide in another direction. Song Qingshu frowned as he watched this. What was this woman doing? She clearly had the initiative, so why did she put herself in danger? This woman must have been too pleased with herself after defeating Borgu. Chilon laughed out loud. As a veteran general, he was naturally worried that the enemy was deliberately luring the enemy in. However, the grassland was completely clear, so how could there be an ambush? The soldiers under her command were scattered all around, chasing after the Mongolian soldiers. She only had 100 people with her. By the time the others came to her rescue, the battle would have already been over. As long as he could capture this woman, it would be worth it no matter how heavy the losses were. Chilon became determined and sped up again. He and his soldiers quickly crashed into this group of people. The two sides clashed, and in an instant blood and flesh flew everywhere. The soldiers around Huaqingtong were obviously the elite warriors of the camel army. They were not at a disadvantage when compared to Qieshui. Their individual combat power was even greater. However, it was a pity that they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In addition, Chilon had the attitude of being able to defeat 10,000 people on the battlefield. Soon, the soldiers around Huaqingtong became fewer and fewer. Chapter 2366. In a panic, Huaqingtong hurriedly stabbed back with her spear. Chilaowen grinned hideously and directly flicked the silver spear in her hand away with a knife. Then, he grabbed her belt and pulled her onto his horse. Chilaowen was overjoyed. He thought to himself that Boru, that good-for-nothing, had been killed by this woman. He was about to shout that Huaqingtong had been captured and completely destroy the morale of the Wooden Table Luan tribe. Huaqingtong has been, suddenly, all the hair on his body stood up. Being on the battlefield all year round, he had an instinctive ability to predict danger. He hurriedly dodged to the side and even ignored Huaqingtong in his hand. However, it was still too late. What entered his eyes was a bright moon. It was beautiful and tranquil, but it was filled with a demonic aura. In the next second, he realized that he was flying, but why could he still see his body? A terrible conjecture suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, his hair stood on end, and he escaped into endless darkness. The bodyguards around Chilao widened their eyes. They did not understand why the Shuiwe great sect would suddenly attack. Although the martial arts of the main general, Chilao was not as good as the Shuiwe great sect, he should not have been killed with one knife. After a short period of shock, these bodyguards reacted one after another. One by one, they angrily rushed toward Song Qinshu, wanting to avenge their master. This group of people was chosen by Chilao to be his bodyguards. Many of them were his Na-ku-er's slaves and companions, and they were bound together for good or bad. Therefore, when they saw their master being killed, they went crazy and charged at Song Qinshu without a care for their lives. Song Qinshu kicked Chilao head to Huaqingtong. "Leave this to me. You go and do your own thing." Huaqingtong smiled at him and did not talk nonsense. She directly rode on Chilao horse and carried his head to the battlefield. She shouted, "Chilao is dead, Chilao is dead." At this time, Song Qinshu had no time to care about her. Facing the bodyguards coming from all directions, he directly displayed the divine knife slash that he had learned from Murong Jingyue. The divine knife chop was a knife technique of the full moon scimitar. Although it was called a knife technique, there was actually only one move. With one chop, the opponent would definitely die. This saber technique was called the demonic saber because it contained a demonic nature that made people unable to suppress their killing intent. However, on the battlefield, this saber technique was perfect. On the battlefield, there were enemies and attacks coming from all directions. The martial arts of moving and dodging that alternated between real and fake in the martial arts world were not very effective. What was more practical were the straightforward moves that could eliminate the enemies in front of them in the shortest time and with the least amount of energy. The divine blade slash was like chopping vegetables. One slash, although Chilao group of bodyguards were valiant, after witnessing their companions being chopped into two halves, the innate fear of human nature finally suppressed their thoughts of revenge. "Devil, this is a devil!" No one knew who shouted, but the group of people finally scattered in all directions. Out of the hundreds of bodyguards just now, only less than 100 were left. Song Qinshu's eyes were completely red as he waved his blade and chased after them, harvesting these fleeing soldiers. "Benefactor!" A cry of alarm woke him up at this time. Song Qinshu's figure paused and he turned around to see Li Xian hiding behind a pile of hay with Che Erku, looking at him with a look of fear. Song Qinshu looked down at the blade in his hand that was covered in blood. Instantly a disgusted feeling filled him, and he couldn't help bending over to vomit. Although Li Xian was a bit afraid, she still came over and gave him a pot of water while gently patting his back. "Thank you." Song Qinshu drank an entire pot of water before he gradually calmed down. He threw the blood-covered blade to the side. This divine blade chop's blade technique truly had a demonic nature, even he was almost controlled by it. 52 Literature. Looking up, the battle had already reached its end. This Mongolian army was originally scattered in the tents of the Taiyan tribe and had long lost their formation. Huaqingtong's divine soldiers descended from the sky, and they had no time to stop the formation from effectively resisting. Moreover, their commander, Chilao, was dead, and Song Qinshu had also scattered his personal guards. How could the others still have the will to fight? Very soon, they began to flee. Now, Huaqingtong was leading his soldiers to surround and kill the fleeing Mongolian cavaliers. Seeing the blood and flesh flying on the battlefield, Song Qinshu's expression was very ugly. He actually hated killing people the most, but many times he was forced to do so by the situation. He had to end this chaotic world as soon as possible. 2 hours later, Huaqingtong rode back on his horse. Cheers rang out everywhere. They had won 2 consecutive victories against the Mongolians, who had been invincible in recent years. They had destroyed more than 3,000 of their most elite Xieshui and 1,000 of Okan's private soldiers. This could be considered the worst defeat the Mongolians had suffered in recent years. Looking at the valiant woman on the horse in the distance, Li Xian couldn't help sighing. Her voice was filled with admiration and admiration. "This is the green feather yellow robe, no wonder the tribes on the plains call her a heroine. She is also this beautiful. I wonder which family will have the fortune to marry her in the end." Song Qingshu said, "Madam, you are also very beautiful. There is also a man, the two of you are not worse than her." Yili Xian shook her head. "We only have good looks, we are far worse than the green feather yellow robe, far worse." While the two of them were talking, Hua Qingtong had already finished arranging the tasks of his subordinates. He rode his horse over. "Madam, can I speak with him alone?" Yili Xian never thought that she would take the initiative to talk to her, and couldn't help feeling a bit flattered. Of course you can." As she spoke, she quickly moved Che Erku back to the tent. Such a slender waist, such a beautiful woman. No wonder Wu Sun and Qi Laowen covet her so much. Looking at Yili Xian's back, Hua Qingtong couldn't help praising her. "She was also praising you just now." Song Qingshu looked at Yili Xian's swaying waist and felt like he was a bit possessed. "She is already married," Hua Qingtong suddenly said. Song Qingshu was a bit confused. "I have long heard of young master's hobby, but seeing it with my own eyes today, I really don't know what to say." Hua Qingtong's voice was filled with ridicule. Song Qingshu snappily looked at her. "Is this how you treat your benefactor? I specially came to thank you this time." Hua Qingtong's brows revealed a trace of a smile. "I didn't say anything and you actually knew to make a move at the most suitable time. I never thought that our first time working together would be this compatible." "This is not our first time working together," Song Qingshu said. Hua Qingtong blinked and her eyes were filled with doubt. "Previously in the labyrinth, you cooperated very well and pretended to be my woman. Even a Tong Tian shaman was fooled by you." Song Qingshu's gaze fell on her pair of round and slender thighs as she rode on the horse. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If he patted her but on the bed, would she be able to cooperate so perfectly? Chapter 2367. At this moment, Hua Qingtong suddenly snorted. Song Qingshu looked up and saw that she was looking at him with disdain. He could not help but feel guilty. "What's wrong? You know it best." Hua Qingtong's face was as cold as frost. Of course, Song Qingshu refused to admit it. "You know what I'm thinking? It seems that we are really in tune." Hua Qingtong sneered. "Your eyes are not honest. Anyone can see what you're thinking." Cough cough. Song Qingshu almost choked. He quickly changed the topic. "You clearly have the upper hand this time. It's too risky to use yourself as bait. If I had hesitated for a moment, I'm afraid you would have turned victory into defeat. I had no choice. The Mongolians are best at feigning defeat to lure the enemy. They run while turning around to shoot. When the pursuing troops are separated, they suddenly turn around and attack. Although I took them by surprise this time, if the Mongolians were determined to run, my camel cavalry would definitely not be able to catch up with them. Therefore, I had to use myself to lure the Mongolians to stay and fight. Only then would I have a chance to wipe them out." Hua Qingtong paused and continued, "Time was tight, and I couldn't discuss it with you. However, you built such a huge foundation with a commoner's body. I don't think you're a stupid person, so I tried it this way. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me." Song Qingshu was speechless. "They say that you're a famous general on the battlefield, but I didn't expect you to gamble so much." Hua Qingtong said seriously, "The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. There's never anything that's guaranteed. Every decision is a gamble, but you have to bet on the ones with the highest possibility. Those who only make a move when they're 100% sure often lose the opportunity because of their hesitation, and the tables are turned." "Miss, you're very talented. I've learned a lot." The more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more he felt that what she said made sense. Although he had led the army to victory a few times before, he mostly stood on the shoulders of giants and used a lot of advanced knowledge. He was still lacking in such a head-on battle. Hua Qingtong's face turned slightly red. The other party's attitude made her feel embarrassed. I've only wiped out a few thousand Mongolian cavalrymen. It's a far cry from how you wiped out the entire Qin kingdom's army of 100,000 and subdued Li Keqiu's tens of thousands of green camp soldiers alone. Song Qingshu blushed. Let's not flatter each other here. Oh right, didn't you say that you were going back with the troops? Why are you here? Hua Qingtong answered subconsciously, I was indeed preparing to retreat. However, I received news from the scouts that Mongolian soldiers have appeared nearby, so I immediately brought the troops over to take a look. As she spoke, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand. I'm not here because I'm worried about you. I'm just afraid of being followed by the Mongolian army. Song Qingshu couldn't help but stare at her pretty face until he saw a faint blush gradually rising. Then he smiled and said, Do you know that in my era, there was a special word to describe your style? What was it called? Oh, tsundere. Tsundere? Hua Qingtong was stunned. What do you mean? Am I very tsundere? Song Qingshu smiled but didn't say anything, which made Hua Qingtong feel uncomfortable. She said directly, After these 2 battles, my troops have also reached their limit. I have to go back and rest. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to save the people of the Taiyan tribe. Although she was a kind person, she was ultimately the commander-in-chief of an army. She had to be responsible for more people. It was impossible for her people to take greater risks for Amon, Su Pu, and a few others. Song Qingshu nodded in understanding. However, this time, the Taiyan tribe is fighting with the Mongolians. I'm afraid they can't stay here anymore. Can you bring their tribe back to the southern border to settle down? No problem. We never abandon our comrades who fight side by side with us. What's more, there are many small tribes in the southern border that have been bullied by the Mongolians. I believe they will integrate very quickly. Hua Qingtong paused and revealed a strange expression. Also, don't worry. I will help you take care of that lover. Song Qingshu snappily said, Don't speak nonsense, she already has a husband. Hua Qingtong rolled her eyes at him. Don't you like this kind of person? Song Qingshu. Hua Qingtong quickly left to make arrangements. Song Qingshu went to inform Yili Xian about the future of their tribe. Yili Xian couldn't help being stunned. The southern border, we have been on this prairie for generations, Song Qingshu advised, but you have openly fought with the Mongolians this time. With the Mongolian style, they will not let you off after this. You can only guarantee your safety by going to the Muzwolan tribe. Yili Xian nodded. I also know that we have to do this, but I am a bit reluctant to leave my homeland. Also, I don't know if Amon and the others are still alive, so I am a bit worried. Song Qingshu said, Leave Amon to me. I will chase after Wu's son in a bit and try to save them. Yili Xian couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. Really? With you saving Amon, she will definitely be safe. I don't even know how to thank you for the great kindness you have shown my family. She paused for a bit, as if she knew that just saying these words of thanks was too weak. She pursed her lips and suddenly whispered in his ear, If you want to find me in the future, I will welcome you. Seeing her slender and white neck that was like a swan, a faint pink color spread out. Song Qingshu's aura was already a bit unstable from the heavy killing intent, but now that he heard these words, it was like a drop of water had been splashed into a pot of boiling oil. Then I'll think about it now. Song Qingshu's voice became a bit hoarse. Yili Xian was shocked. She turned to look at Che Erku on the bed, and her heart began to beat fast. A complicated expression flashed on her face. Not here, come with me. Following this, she took Song Qingshu's hand to a small tent next door. It was clean and fresh inside, with incomparably soft bedding. There was a faint fragrance in the air that was completely different from the fragrance on her body. Song Qingshu looked around and subconsciously asked, Whose room is this? Amon's. Yelisien's heart began to beat faster as she said this. Her delicate face seemed like it was about to drip water. After an unknown amount of time, when Song Qingshu came out of the tent, he felt that the violent and negative emotions in his chest had completely calmed down. It was like the atmosphere in the world had become a bit fresher. He couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. He was a bit too rough just now. It was a good thing it was a mature woman like Yelisien. If it was a young girl like Amon, perhaps, what nonsense was he thinking about? It was better to think of other ways to release his negative emotions. He couldn't use this method every time. A light cough came from not far away. Song Qingshu looked up and found that Hua Qingtong was fiercely staring at him. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger. I just found an excuse to move everyone away. Hua Qingtong was filled with anger as she spoke. You should pay attention, this is broad daylight. Yelisien is the dream goddess of all the Tai Yen tribemen. If they know that you treat her like this. Like this. After saying this for a while, she didn't know what words to use to describe it, so she could only stomp her feet. In short, this is just this once. I won't help you in the future, I'm going to bring people back, we'll meet again. Chapter 2368. Song Qingshu hurriedly asked, Why do you say that? Was she the one who gave you the information this time? Hua Qingtong shook his head and looked back at him. If it was you, would you reveal the secret information of your other allies to me? Song Qingshu was stunned before he said with a smile, Of course I would. What kind of relationship do we have? I did not hesitate to reveal my current identity for you. Hua Qingtong never expected him to be so shameless. She blushed and spat at him before turning to leave, too lazy to bother with him anymore. Song Qingshu also stopped smiling and began to think about the matters related to the Lost Sea. She had specially come to find him before and said that she had arranged for people to deal with Wu Chun, telling him to just stand by and watch when the time was right. Wu Chun had died at the hands of the Tongtian shaman, but could she really arrange for a great grandmaster to help her do this? Or did she ask Hua Qingtong to help her? He couldn't think of anything even after thinking about it, so he could only rush in the direction that Wu Sun and the others had left. He had already said goodbye to Hua Qingtong and had already explained everything to Yelisien, so there was no need for him to delay any longer. A man was so beautiful, but now that she was surrounded by a pack of wolves, she would be in more danger every day. The only good news was that Che Erku and Suruk had brought people to settle accounts with him, causing him quite a bit of injury. He was also so old and could not recover in such a short period of time. Even if he wanted to do something, he would not be able to. With Wu Sun's desire for Ah Man and her mother, he would not let anyone else touch them, so she was temporarily safe. This was also why he dared to stay here for a while. After flying for a day and a night, Song Qingshu finally caught up with Wu Sun's group. Wu Sun's face was swollen and he looked much older than before. His back was bent and he looked like an ordinary old man, no longer as spirited as before. Song Qingshu thought that Che Erku and the others had beaten him so badly, so it was no wonder that he would take such a vicious revenge. Wu Sun was very surprised to see him and smiled awkwardly. I looked for you in the labyrinth for a long time, but I couldn't find any trace of you. I thought that you had met with an accident and thought that someone had to go back to inform the Great Khan, so I left first. I hope you don't mind. Song Qingshu naturally knew that he was lying through his teeth. He had clearly seen Song Qingshu chasing after the Tongtian shaman and then ran off on his own, but now he was speaking in such a dignified manner. However, he had long been accustomed to the shamelessness of officialdom and naturally would not be stupid enough to expose it. He laughed and said, I was originally worried about you. Now that I see that you are fine, I can finally relax. Speaking of which, we are the only ones left. We can really be considered brothers in hardship. Wu Sun also let out a long sigh. This time, it was obviously not an act, but a real melancholy. I don't know how to report when I go back this time. The Chieshwe army is gone, Bolhu is gone, and even Wachun is gone. I had originally caught a few people from the Taiyan tribe to take the blame, but who knew that they would be rescued? What bad luck! Hearing this, Song Qingshu was delighted, but pretended to be surprised. They were rescued. Yes, I feel that the appearance of the Muswolan tribe and Galdan's army this time is very strange, and they are very clear about our marching route, so I suspect that there is a spy who colluded with them, and the most likely is the Taiyan tribe. Wu Sun continued. Also, I caught Ah Man to hand her over to the Great Khan, not because I have any ill intentions towards her. I hope that the Great Khan will not misunderstand. This time, he did not lie. Previously, he had wanted to do something to Ah Man, but now that the Chieshwe army was completely annihilated, and Wachun and Bolhu were both dead, even as the great shaman, he could not bear the consequences. Therefore, on the one hand, he put all the blame on the Taiyan tribe, and on the other hand, he tried to use the incomparably beautiful Ah Man as a gift to the Great Khan to resolve his anger, so that he would not vent his anger on him. If Ah Man was still here, he would not let her go even if he had to offend the Shueiwe great clan. But now that Ah Man had been rescued, he naturally did not want to offend the Shueiwe great clan for her. Of course, Great Shaman need not take it to heart. May I know who has the ability to rescue her from your hands? Song Qingshu asked tentatively. It seems to be a Taoist nun. While I was healing, she rushed into the camp in the middle of the night and rescued the group of Taiyan tribe. Speaking of which, the Taoist nun's beauty is not inferior to Ah Man's, but it is a pity that I did not manage to catch her. Thinking of the Taoist nun's beauty, Elder Wu Sun's tone was full of regret. Song Qingshu thought that the Taoist nun he was talking about was most likely Li Macho, but Great Shaman, you have so many soldiers with you. Did that Taoist nun also bring many people? Elder Wu Sun's face heated up. No, but that woman is good at using poison. Many people in the army were poisoned, and after struggling for most of the night, they all fell asleep from exhaustion. She took advantage of everyone's sleep to rescue them, and when the patrolling soldiers found them, they were already gone. That woman is really cunning and vicious. On the surface, Song Qingshu was filled with righteous indignation, but in his heart, flowers were blooming. Li Macho was indeed worthy of being the demoness who had stirred up trouble in Jianghu for so many years. She had actually single-handedly rescued the people in the army camp, but he did not know where she and Li Wenxiu had taken Ah Man. He did not see them on the way here. At this time, Wu Sun chuckled. But don't worry, great sect. After they rescued the people, they will most likely run back to their tribe, and they will run into Chilowan and the others. They will not be able to escape from our hands. But great sect, you must think of the big picture. We need to give Ah Man to the Khan, then he will be lenient with us. Song Qingshu secretly sneered, but on the surface, he pretended to be alarmed. Taiyan tribe? After I came out of the labyrinth, I was going to return there, but who would have thought that the Muzolan tribe's army was cleaning up the battlefield, and the dead bodies on the ground seemed to be all Mongolian soldiers. What? Wu Sun sat up in shock. That evil woman actually turned around and attacked. It's over, Chilowan is finished. At this moment, a scout came to report. Chilowan was ambushed by the Muzolan tribe, and the whole army was wiped out. When an army was marching, they would send out scouts to gather information in their surroundings. At this time, Wu Sun's scouts also received the news. Wu Sun's body swayed, and he almost fell off his horse. He originally thought that the previous situation was hell, but now he found out that there was an even deeper hell. It's over, we're finished this time. He muttered to himself in a daze. This time, someone had to take responsibility for such a crushing defeat, and only he and the people of Shueiwe Great Sect were left alive. It was one thing for Shueiwe Great Sect to be a guest minister, and at worst, they could just change their sect and leave Mongolia. But he had a big family business, and he was also a senior member of Mongolia. How could he betray the country? This time, one whose title of nobility was most likely gone, and his fief and people would definitely be greatly reduced. At the thought of this, he suddenly regretted it. Why did he volunteer to come here? For the sake of 30 beauties, he had lost a bigger forest. Even when they set up camp at night, he still could not catch his breath, but he still sent a few more scouts to prevent Huaqintong from following them and launching a sneak attack. Now, he was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. After arranging everything, he returned to the tent in a daze. Suddenly, he paused and stared at the beautiful figure in the tent. Usually, if he saw such a stunningly beautiful figure, he would have already drooled, but at this time, he was not in the mood at all. Why are you here? Chapter 2369. Hearing her words, Old Man Wu Sun's face darkened. He said impatiently, Your Highness is being too alarmist. I am one of the Mongolian 4 great households and the great shaman. Do you think my life will be in danger? The curvy figure in front of him was Hai Wanli. Although she was beautiful and charming, her identity was extremely sensitive. Old Man Wu Sun did not dare to have any thoughts about her. Oh! Hai Wanli's eyebrows moved slightly. Since the great shaman is not worried, why were you so restless in the camp just now? Old Man Wu Sun snorted and did not answer. Hai Wanli continued, You know better than anyone that we Mongolians are very particular about rewards and punishments. This time, thousands of Jie Shui army were completely wiped out. Bolhu died in battle. Even Wachun died. After all, someone has to be responsible for all this. The only ones who survived are you and the Shuiwe clan. A guest of the Shuiwe clan cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Old Man Wu Sun replied, At worst, I will be stripped of my title and my fief. He was even sure that he could still retain his position as the great shaman. After all, the title of Genghis Khan was begged by him as the great shaman. If he was stripped of his position, wouldn't it shake the legitimacy of the Khan himself? Under normal circumstances, this punishment is enough, but Hai Wanli changed the topic. This time, the Jie Shui army was wiped out mainly because you did not provide a warning in time. The reason why you could not use your spiritual power to warn them was because you were lustful and coveted someone else's wife. As a result, you were injured and poisoned. All of this was caused by your lust. How could the Khan spare you? Moreover, this time, the Khan betrothed Princess Huajing to Wachun with the intention of winning over the Hongjaira clan. In the end, you killed their clan leader on a trip with you. How could the Hongjaira clan let you off? Elder Wu Sun broke out in a cold sweat after hearing her words. In fact, he had also thought of this, but he always held a trace of fantasy in his heart. Now, the other party had mercilessly exposed him. Why does Wang Fei understand these things so clearly? Hai Wanli smiled sadly. After all, my husband almost became the next Khan. He still has some subordinate. Elder Wu Sun knew that she was telling the truth. Although the Emperor's faction had changed from the Ogdi faction to the Thor faction, Gui Yu, as the eldest son of the Ogdi faction, had gathered a large number of ministers and capable people around him. They had long been branded as the Ogdi faction, and it was impossible for them to change factions. Princess, you didn't come all the way here to tell me this just to laugh at me, right? Wu Sun asked. Hai Wanshun looked at him deeply. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to be full of affection. Even though Wu Sun knew that she could not touch him, he could not help but feel a little restless. I told you from the beginning that I'm here to show the great shaman a way out. At this time, Wu Sun was not in the mood to care about other things. I hope Wang Fei can give me some pointers. Si Wander walked to the entrance of the tent and lifted the curtain to look outside. Her beautiful figure seemed to make the air in the room no longer cold. Why did the great shaman get involved this time? Elder Wu Sun could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Aren't you asking the obvious? But he immediately reacted. You mean, Hai Wanshan pursed her lips and smiled. Although the matter of you helping Princess Huazheng and the former Golden Blade consort is a secret, it cannot be hidden from those who have the intention to investigate. This time, Wu Chun died in the hands of the mysterious person in the labyrinth. That person's identity can make a big deal out of it. Who has such a high level of martial arts and the motive to kill Wu Chun? Wu Sun's heart beat wildly. Princess, are you talking about that person surnamed Gua? Hai Wanshan shook her finger and gestured for him to keep quiet. I didn't say anything. Wu Sun was overjoyed. Princess, you are indeed brilliant. He had been having a headache trying to find someone to take the blame. Unfortunately, his identity as the Shueiyue faction meant that he could not take the blame. If it was Guo Jing, it would be different. He had the motive, his identity was special, and he had Princess Huazheng behind him. In any case, it was the internal affairs of the Gold family. When the time came, it would most likely be left unsettled. Dong Dong, I will definitely remember Princess's kindness. If there is anything you need in the future, this old man will do his best to help. Wu Sun relaxed and suddenly had the leisure to admire the beauty of the woman in front of him. This chest, this waist, this butt. What a stunner. No wonder Gui Yu died so early in the past. It was a pity that although this rose was beautiful, he could not touch it. F*ck, how good would it be if Amon had not been kidnapped? Noticing his gaze, a cold light flashed in the depths of Hai Wanshan's eyes, but she still had a charming smile on her face. It's getting late. I won't disturb the great shaman's rest. Wu Sun was reluctant to let her leave so quickly. Although he did not dare to do anything to her, such a beautiful woman was also a great joy in the world. Moreover, she smelled so good. However, Hai Wanshan did not give him a chance to ask her to stay. She quickly disappeared outside. Wu Sun took a deep breath of the remaining fragrance in the air, as if he wanted to retain all the scent on her body. At the same time, a thought arose in his mind. Although I can't touch the princess, I can find a beauty who looks similar to her and have her dress up as Hai Wanshan in private, as a 10,000 household. He had many people in his fief. It was not impossible to find someone who looked similar to him. Thinking about how he had conquered and trained the princess in the secret chamber, his previous depression was replaced by excitement. After Hai Wanshan left the tent, she sneaked around in the night. Unexpectedly, she was not discovered by the patrolling soldiers along the way. However, she suddenly stopped and looked back in another direction. A fierce look flashed in her eyes, and her hand was already on her dagger. Song Qingshu was holding the water moon blade and leaning against a tree. He looked at Hai Wanshan's body, which was even more voluptuous because of her dark clothes. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Why do you dress up like this every time you see the princess? It seems like you have a hobby of cosplay. Hai Wanshan frowned. Clearly, she did not understand what cosplay meant. You are still up so late? Song Qingshu sighed. I can't sleep alone. Do you want the princess to accompany me? Hai Wanshan laughed. If others hear you, no matter how skilled you are in martial arts, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Song Qingshu also smiled and said, If those people in Helen's city find out that you're dressed like this and appear in the army camp in the middle of the night, your position as the princess consort might not be secure. Hai Wanshan released her hand from the dagger and walked over to him. I didn't expect the great master to not only be skilled in martial arts, but also have a sharp tongue. Song Qingshu looked at her exaggerated evilness because of the nocturnal clothes and laughed. Of course my mouth is powerful. I have a secret skill called a bite of China. Does Wang Fei want to try it? Hai Wanshan did not understand this joke, but she could guess that it was not something good. She coldly snorted. The great master should pay attention to propriety. Song Qingshu shrugged. How can the princess turn hostile? I helped you kill Hua Chen. You aren't planning to renege on your debt, are you? Hai Wansheng was taken aback. Nonsense. How did you kill Hua Chen? Song Qingshu said. You were the one who told me that you had sent people to deal with him, and that I should stand by and watch at the appropriate time. That was why I allowed your people to kill him in the maze. Hai Wansheng angrily said. Who said they were my people? Chapter 2370. Hai Wanli immediately said, You can't say something like that. The yellow robe of green feather is a mortal enemy of us Mongolians. How could I order her around? Then who did the consort send to deal with Hua Chen? Song Qingshu knew that she would never admit it, but he wasn't sure if she had allied with the Tongtian shaman or Hua Qingtong. At present, it seemed that Hua Qingtong was more likely. Unfortunately, that woman wouldn't tell me the truth. Thinking about Hua Qingtong's refusal, he felt a headache coming on. Who said I sent someone to deal with Hua Chen? It was you and the great shaman who killed him. Don't put the blame on me. Hai Wanli denied it seriously. Song Qingshu wasn't surprised by her answer. Of course, she wouldn't admit that she had anything to do with this matter at this time. Why did the consort come here today? Hai Wanli revealed a faint smile. I've stayed in Helen City for too long, so I came out to get some exercise. The Great Clan wouldn't have any objections, would they? Of course not. Song Qingshu was a little curious. Why did the consort suddenly become so cold to me? It wasn't like this before. Hai Wanli pursed her lips and smiled. Don't the Great Clan know that women are the most fickle? Song Qingshu sighed. It seems that I'm no longer of any use now that Hua Chen is dead. No wonder the consort is like this. There are many things that are meaningless when said out loud. Hai Wanli moved closer to him, bringing with him a wisp of fragrance. As a former ally, let me give you a friendly reminder. Your top priority is to think about how to survive in Helen City. Song Qingshu frowned. He also knew that the losses this time were too heavy. The two who survived would definitely be held responsible. Because he was only a guest of the Shuiwei clan, the main responsibility definitely wouldn't fall on him, and he couldn't bear this responsibility. But because his words didn't carry much weight, Temujin's words could decide his life or death. In addition, he had escaped from the Western Xia, so the people of Helen City already had an extremely bad impression of him. Oh right, that maid of yours thought you were dead and ran back crying. She was quite sad. It would be a pity for such a good girl to die with you. Let me help you take care of her. Hai Shen said again. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. With the Wind Lady by his side, he would always be restricted in his actions. Now that she had taken him away, it was for the best. Of course, he did not show any signs of it on his face. Instead, he revealed an angry expression. Isn't it too much for the princess to do this? Si Wander didn't mind at all. You can talk to me about this after you pass this tribulation. With that, he turned to leave. Song Qingshu pretended to chase after her, but suddenly, a black shadow blocked his way. Looking closely, it should be the shadow assassin from before. Seeing the other party staring at him with unfriendly eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. I'm very curious. You've worked so hard for her, but have you ever gotten close to her? The shadow assassin held his breath and glared at him angrily. It's none of your business. His voice was extremely hoarse, with a strong murderous intent. His style of speaking was somewhat similar to that of the Central Plains Little Red. Was this the style of these assassins? Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. Listen to me, bootlickers have no future. Bootlickers will end up with nothing. The shadow assassin, Hai Shen, in the end the two left. Although the shadow assassin wanted to fight with Song Qingshu, Hai Shen stopped him. The shadow assassin, who saw her as a goddess, naturally obeyed her. Song Qingshu returned to the tent and began to meditate, thinking about how to deal with the Helen Empress. Although he was a little worried, he was not too anxious. After all, he had Tong Tian shaman to help him secretly. In order not to be exposed, he could not just sit back and watch something happen to him. Instead, he was most worried about Li Macho and Amon. He did not know where they would go next. The people of the Taiyan tribe had already left with Hua Qingtong. He did not know if they could find them. A few days later, the group returned to the city of Helen. 10 miles outside the city, the commander of the Chieshui army, Naya, personally came to pick them up. Although it was said to be picking up, it felt more like arresting. The army under Elder Wu Sun's command was taken over by a special person. He and Song Qinshu were invited to go directly to the palace to see the Khan. Although he already had a plan in mind, Elder Wu Sun was still a little scared. His heart was beating many times faster than usual, and his legs were also a little weak. On the other hand, Song Qinshu was much calmer. This was not because he was mentally strong, but because he had more confidence. Inside the palace, as expected, there were not many people present. Other than Temujin sitting at the head of the table, Tong Tian shaman sat next to him. Below him were the ladyboy Li Chi Mei, the emperor's tutor Ba Siba, and Naya. The most surprising thing was that sitting next to them was a girl in a white dress who looked like a fairy. Who else could it be but Jin Bingyun? It should be noted that even Kublai and Zul were not present, not to mention the other families and nobles. The fact that a girl like her was present was worth pondering. It seemed that the connection between the Palace of Sorcerers and Temujin was deeper than they had imagined. Jin Bingyun's presence here was definitely not due to her own abilities, but because of her identity. She represented the Palace of Sorcerers and Pangban. The atmosphere in the palace was very heavy. Temujin was the first to break the silence. "Tell me everything that happened on the way here." He spoke without any expression, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Elder Wu Sun hurriedly recounted his journey to the Taiyan tribe, his search for the Gaochang labyrinth in the desert, and his encounter with a sandstorm. Of course, he did not honestly tell them everything. He avoided the important details and focused on the trivial ones, which he had already discussed with Song Qinshu. This yellow shirt of green feathers is really a big problem for us Mongolians. He has already gone against us several times. Li Chimei's feminine voice was full of murderous intent. "Great Khan, why don't I go and infiltrate the Wooden Desk Luan tribe and kill this bitch?" Temujin waved his hand. Although Hua Qingtong is a woman, she is still a famous general. She won't be assassinated so easily. Not to mention, she has experts from Tianshan and is very close to Mount Kunlun. It will be troublesome if that person is provoked. Li Chimei's expression changed slightly, but she did not say anything else. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Who was that person they were talking about? Compared to killing Hua Qingtong, I'm more curious about why she appeared there so coincidentally. She seems to know your route very well. Could it be that someone from our inner circle leaked the information? Ba Siba said from the other side. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on the two remaining people. Compared to Wu Sun, most of them were looking at Song Qinshu. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this, Temujin changed the topic and looked directly at Wu Sunday. Even if there was a sandstorm, with your spiritual energy monitoring network, you shouldn't have been so unprepared for Hua Qingtong's surprise attack. Wu Sun hurriedly knelt down and apologized. That night in the Taiyan tribe, I was ambushed by a mysterious man in black and was poisoned by his needle. I have not fully recovered and have been forcing the poison out along the way. Because of the sandstorm, I was careless and let my guard down, allowing Hua Qingtong to succeed. Please punish me, Great Khan. I wonder what kind of poison needle could make a person like the great shaman fall for it? Jin Bingyun, who had been sitting on the side, suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ear. Even though the question was clearly to the point, it did not arouse Wu Sun's disgust at all. Everyone knew that this woman had no intention of harming anyone and was only asking out of curiosity. This is a broken needle that was forced out of my body. Wu Sun was already prepared. He took out a cloth bag and slowly opened it, revealing a black needle made of fine hair. Do you recognize this hidden weapon? Temujin asked in a low voice. Chapter 2371. The Sun Moon Sect? Temujin's face darkened. We Mongols have never had any dealings with them. Why would they intervene in this matter? Basiba answered in a low voice. Maybe it's because of Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty. The Sun Moon Sect was born from the Ming dynasty, and the two are inextricably linked. I don't think so. Although the Sun Moon Sect and the Ming dynasty were one and the same 100 years ago, they have been independent for so many years. It's unlikely that they would get involved and offend us because of something that happened 100 years ago. While they were puzzled, Jin Bingyun, who had been sitting quietly on the side, said softly, As far as I know, the current hierarch of the Sun Moon Sect is Ren Wuxing, and his son-in-law is Song Qinshu, Prince of Qi. And Song Qinshu has a close relationship with Princess Xiao Min. Could it be that he is in Helen City now that such a big incident has happened in the Ruyang Palace? Song Qinshu was shocked. Why did this woman think of me? Did I offend her? Naya, who was standing in the corner, shook his head. According to our intelligence, Song Qinshu should still be in the Qi Palace in Lin'an City. Song Qinshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yingying had done her job perfectly. So far, she had not been found out. At this time, Tong Tian Shaman, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Not necessarily. A person as cunning as Song Qinshu might be able to deceive everyone. He glanced at Song Qinshu as he said this. Song Qinshu gritted his teeth in anger. Does this guy have a lump in his head? Why did he mention it on purpose? Isn't he afraid that I'll expose him and drag him down with me? The hierarch's words are not without reason. Temujin nodded and ordered Naya, who was standing at the door, send more people outside the Ruyang Palace. Keep an eye out for any suspicious people. Yes. Naya went out first and ordered his men to make arrangements before returning. Song Qinshu didn't really mind. From the Qing dynasty to the southern Song dynasty, from the Liao Jin dynasty to the western Xia dynasty, he had experience in breaking into imperial palaces. No matter how heavily guarded the Ruyang Palace was, he would still be able to find a gap in it, unless Temujin sent a grandmaster to spy on him every day. But that was impossible. Tell me more about the Gaochang Labyrinth, Temujin said. Wu Sun was overjoyed. He knew that the matter of his failure to give a timely warning was over for the time being. He quickly recounted what had happened in the maze in detail. Why are the poisonous insects still working after 1,000 years? Li Qimei immediately realized something was wrong. Looks like someone has already made preparations there, Temujin snorted coldly. But that soul-suspending ladder is quite interesting. I wonder if it would have any effect if it were used in the formation. Song Qinshu opened his mouth. The soul-suspending ladder is mainly used to trap a small number of people. Once there are a lot of people, the paths will naturally be quickly discovered, and the tricks within will become meaningless. He was the main contributor to the discovery of the soul-suspending ladder, and his explanation was the most convincing. That's a pity. Temujin quickly changed the subject. After that, the mysterious man in black suddenly appeared. Wu Sun is more proficient in spiritual spells, so it's understandable that you couldn't react in time at such a close distance. In any case, you are one of the top experts in the world, so why did you just watch as he killed Wu Chun? Song Qinshu was prepared for this and explained, it's because the man was too cunning. He hid in the wall and became one with the murals. When Wu Chun approached, he suddenly attacked. By then, it was already too late for us to save him. Every expert has the ability to sense their presence. You and Wu Sun were in the same room. Did you not notice anything at all? Temujin sat up straight. Even though it was only a slight movement, a powerful aura instantly washed over Li Qimei. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what kind of martial arts this Temujin practiced, but he could feel such a strong pressure, as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wu Sun noticed the suspicion in the Khan's eyes and was so scared that he wet his pants. He quickly said, "No, I didn't notice anything at all." At this time, the Tongtian shaman sneered, "To be able to hide from you and the Shuiwei Grand Master at the same time, it seems that a Grand Master ambushed you." Temujin's face was gloomy, and he was obviously thinking. Beside him, Ba Siba shook his head. "It might not be a Grand Master. Experts of the same level who are proficient in concealment can also do it. If it really was a Grand Master, there would be no need to spare their lives." Li Qimei also agreed, "That's right. If I wanted to conceal myself, they might not have been able to discover me." Song Qingshu finally understood why the Tongtian shaman had deliberately spared Wu Sun's life. It was for this reason. At this time, Jin Bingyun frowned slightly. "You mentioned that you captured the yellow-robed youth, but in the end, you were rescued by him?" Wu Sun hurriedly replied, "That's right. After that person killed Wu Chen, he moved as fast as lightning and left with Hua Qintong. The Shuiwei Grand Master even chased after him. My Qinggong is not as good, so I don't know what happened after that." Seeing that everyone was looking at him in confusion, Song Qingshu cursed Wu Sun in his heart, but he still replied according to the answer he had prepared. "That person was extremely fast. Even if he was carrying a person, I could barely catch up with him. But he was very familiar with the terrain, and with the help of the complicated passages in the maze, he quickly lost me. I searched for him for a long time, but I couldn't find him. Later, when I went back to look for Wu Sun, I couldn't find him either." After saying this, he deliberately gave Wu Sun a provocative look. "Come on, let's hurt each other." Wu Sun immediately became anxious. "Seeing that you didn't come back, I thought that something bad had happened to you. Even with my strength alone, I am no match for him. Moreover, I need to stay alive and come back to report to the Khan. I can't let what happened in the maze be buried forever under the yellow sand." Temujin waved his hand impatiently, obviously not interested in listening to these pompous excuses. Instead, he looked at Song Qingshu with a burning gaze. "Your Shuiwei saber technique emphasizes footwork, so your Qinggong is also first-rate in the world. That person was carrying a person, yet you couldn't catch up with him. Could he really be a Grand Master?" Song Qingshu's heart tightened. "I can't say for sure," he replied. "Below the level of Grandmaster, there were very few people who could do this. If he really was a Grandmaster, there were only a few in the world. No matter how he answered, he would easily give himself away." At this time, Jin Bingyun's ethereal voice sounded again. "Khan, I know someone who fits all these criteria." "Who?" Everyone in the hall turned their eyes to this slender and graceful figure. Jin Bingyun's red lips parted slightly as she slowly spat out a few words. "Song Qingshu." Temujin fell into deep thought. Li Qimei couldn't help but ask, "Bingyun, why did you guess it was him?" Jin Bingyun replied, "First, his kung fu is high enough, and he specializes in Qinggong. Second, according to various intelligence reports, he has a very deep friendship with the yellow-robed man, which is why he saved her. If it were anyone else who took away a woman of Hua Qingtong's status, they would definitely think that she was a rare commodity. But not long after Hua Qingtong was rescued, he immediately led an army to attack Qilao's Wen clan. Clearly, they know each other. Third, Song Qingshu is not a bloodthirsty person. In fact, you could even say that he is a bit soft-hearted. This is also why he let the great shaman and the Shuiwei Grand Master go when he could have killed them in the cave. Finally, and most importantly, he has a relationship with Princess Xiaomin. Now that the Ruyang Palace is in trouble with his temperament, he will definitely come to help his woman. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. After all this time, he had become the scapegoat? The people around him all nodded in agreement. Li Qimei couldn't help but laugh. Bingyun, you really know this Song Qingshu well. You even know his temper so well. Chapter 2372. Song Qingshu Huh? Temujin fell into deep thought, his fingertips lightly tapping on the chair, clearly weighing the possibilities. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, felt his scalp go numb. In troubled times, survival was the way to go. He was used to hiding in the shadows, but now that he was being targeted in the open, it was truly difficult for him to move forward. But at the moment, he didn't know what to do to dispel any suspicions. Beside him, the old man Wu Sun was hesitant. His initial plan was to pin the crime on Guojing, but now that there was a suspect, there was no need to throw Guojing out. Wu Sun, what do you have to say? Temujin's senses were sharp, and he immediately noticed that Wu Sun was hesitating. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Wu Sun decided to take a gamble and reduce his responsibility as much as possible. There's something I don't know if I should say, Temujin frowned. Why are you acting like a Han? Stop hesitating, hurry up and say it. Wu Sun finally said, I thought that the man in black looked familiar, like someone. Like who? Temujin was getting impatient. I don't dare to say. Wu Sun hesitated. Cut the crap. Temujin's face darkened, and his eyes looked as if he was about to devour Wu Sunday. Wu Sun was almost unable to breathe under the pressure of his opponent's aura. He hurriedly replied, kind of like the Golden Blade Emperor's son-in-law. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Why did he bring Guojing out? He immediately realized that Guojing was in danger and wanted to inform him immediately. But how could he leave now? The Golden Blade Emperor's son-in-law? Temujin paused for a long time before reacting. You mean Guojing? Seeing Wu Sun nod, Temujin said angrily, what does this have to do with Guojing? That ungrateful bastard has already defected to the Southern Song. I don't want to hear his name again. He used to think highly of this Han youth and wanted him to lead the army. He even wanted to marry his daughter to him and was prepared to bestow the title of king upon him. Who would have thought that he would betray him? The deeper the love he had for him, the deeper the hatred he had for him now. Naturally, Wu Sun also knew about this. However, now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and say, previously, when the Southern Song dynasty's northern expedition failed, Guojing's army penetrated deep into the enemy territory and was surrounded by the Genes. Later, for some unknown reason, he escaped with his life. When he was seriously injured, he was saved by Princess Huajing. The princess brought him back and treated him wholeheartedly. Gradually, he recovered. You all know about this? Temujin suddenly looked at the rest of the group. Li Qimei and Ba Siba looked at each other and hurriedly replied, We have only heard about it, but we are not sure. We haven't had time to verify it. Everyone on He Lin's side knew that the Golden Knife Emperor's son-in-law was the Great Khan's reverse scale, but Princess Huajing was his most beloved daughter. Anyone who wanted to get involved in this mess would turn a blind eye. What's more, Huajing had indeed done a very good job of keeping this a secret from the beginning. Every once in a while, she would move Guojing to another place. Even the most well-informed people could only hear about it and not have any evidence. A few months ago, the princess asked me to help treat a patient, Wu Sun said. I didn't even think about it before I agreed. That person's injuries were too severe, and he had a high fever that caused him to hallucinate. I needed to use my spiritual energy to bring him into a dream and completely calm him down. He described what had happened with 70% truth and 30% falsehood. At first, the princess covered his face, so I really didn't know that he was the Golden Knife Emperor's son-in-law. Later, when he recovered, I gradually learned the truth. Because of this, I was afraid that the Khan would punish me, so I didn't dare to speak about it. But this time, the implications were too great, so I had no choice but to tell the truth. You said that the man in black looked like Guo Jing? Temujin's tone had calmed down, but everyone knew that this was only the calm before the storm. I can't be sure, but there are some similarities, Wu Sun said after a pause. Guo Jing's narrow escape from death this time was all thanks to the princess's care. Coupled with the guilt he felt for abandoning the princess in the past, it seems that they have developed feelings for each other. Of course, I don't know how far their relationship has progressed. The surrounding people all had different expressions on their faces. Even though Wu Sun said that he didn't know how far their relationship had progressed, wasn't the hint obvious enough? Temujin laughed coldly. You mean to say that this time, when I betrothed Huajing and Wu Chun to each other, they couldn't refuse openly and could only think of a way to get rid of Wu Chun so that Huajing wouldn't have to marry? As he said this, even he himself was startled, because he remembered that it was Huajing who had mentioned going to the Gaochang labyrinth. Could it be that the two of them were really so daring? Cold sweat appeared on Wu Sun's temples as he hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant. I just don't want to give up on any possibility. Moreover, the princess is like an immortal, so this matter definitely has nothing to do with her." Perhaps Guo Jing was afraid that his beloved would be taken away from him, so he took the risk out of desperation. Temujin snorted coldly. That traitor Guo Jing may be detestable, but I know his character very well. He would never do such a thing. On the contrary, Huajing's character was somewhat like mine, so it was possible that she would do such a thing. Of course, he would never say these words aloud. But the Guo Jing of today is not the Guo Jing of the past, Wu Sun replied. What do you mean? Li Qimei frowned. Wu Sun explained, when I first treated him, his injuries were too severe, and he was also affected by a high fever. After I treated him, he seemed to have forgotten many things from the past. He is now a completely different person. This time, even Temujin was a little shaken. At first, he did not believe it, but after hearing Wu Sun's words, he understood why Guo Jing, who was clearly deeply in love with Huang Rong, would fall in love with Huajing again. If he had lost his memory, it was possible that he would do such things under the instigation of others. What do you think of the Shuiwei clan? He looked at Song Qingshu. I have never met the Golden Blade Prince Consort, so I can't judge. Although Song Qingshu wanted to clear his name, he could not put the blame on Guo Jing. But as far as I know, Guo Jing's lightness skills are not his forte. If he is carrying someone, he may not be able to outrun me. Ba Siba suggested, in Helen City, the person who knows Guo Jing's skills the best is Jinluan Fuang. Why don't we call him over and ask him? No. Temujin waved his hand to stop them. He paced back and forth in the hall and suddenly made up his mind. You guys come with me to find out what happened to Huajing. Everyone exchanged glances. Yes. Temujin took the lead, and the rest of the people in the hall hurriedly followed. The whole process did not disturb anyone except for the group of guards that Naya had gathered. Along the way, everyone looked solemn, and no one dared to make a sound. Song Qingshu was also extremely anxious, but with Qilei, Tong Tian, Naya and the others surrounding him, he could not send a message even if he wanted to. The only thing he could pray for now was that Guo Jing was not at Huajing's residence. The group galloped on their horses and soon arrived at the princess's residence. Before the people at the entrance could react, they were restrained by Naya's men. Temujin, on the other hand, barged into the inner chamber with a gloomy face. After a while, Huajing finally received the news and hurriedly came out to greet him. Father, why didn't you tell us that you were coming? Chapter 2373. Everyone present was experienced and knew what had happened when they saw her like this. But Princess Huajing's status was special, and no one dared to show it. Temujin's lungs were about to explode. He pushed Hua Jing aside and walked straight into the room. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed out from the window and leaped in another direction. His speed was extremely fast, and just as he was about to run out of the princess palace, a figure suddenly appeared on the courtyard wall. Who else could it be but Naya? He didn't follow them into the mansion. As the leader of Temujin's personal bodyguards, he knew what to do even without being told. After controlling the people at the entrance of the princess's mansion, he immediately brought his men to surround the entire mansion, making sure that not even a fly would be able to escape. The timing was just right. When he bumped into someone who was about to escape, he pulled out his saber and slashed at the person. The person was in midair and had no place to land his blow. He was forced back into the yard by the saber. Song Qingshu sighed to himself. If the people of the Central Plains saw Guojing, who had always been calm and steady, in such a sorry state, they would not know what to think. It could only be said that amnesia was too harmful. Seeing the person's face clearly, Temujin was so angry that he laughed. Good Guojing. I gave you the title of Golden Saber's son-in-law, but you chose to betray me. Now you've come back to steal my daughter. How infuriating! Hua Jing hurriedly threw herself in front of him and hugged his leg. Father, this was all my idea. It has nothing to do with him. Please don't blame him. Temujin was furious and kicked her away. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Hua Jing came over and hugged his leg again, but this time she turned around and shouted at Guojing, "Run!" She could see the murderous intent in her father's eyes. These years, her father's murderous intent had grown stronger and stronger. This time, she was afraid that he would really kill Guojing. Guojing's eyes were still a little confused, but when he heard her scream, he subconsciously ran out of the yard. This time, he was prepared, and Naya all could not stop him. But at this time, Li Qimei and Ba Siba also moved. Li Qimei's figure turned into a shadow. Although he was a long way behind Guojing at the beginning, he now appeared in front of him and attacked all the vital acupoints on his body. He was so fast that after one attack, he would appear in another direction. In the eyes of those who were weaker, he seemed to be able to teleport, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. This should be Li Qimei's special skill, Heavenly Charm Concentrating Yin. He was obviously a man, but he practiced it like a woman. It should be the Yin Qi internal energy of this martial art that transformed his physique. Once he moved, his body seemed to become weightless, like a gust of wind. His speed was fast and unpredictable, comparable to that of Dongfang Bubi in the past. No wonder Nian Liandan thought that Li Qimei would avenge him in the Western Xia. His martial arts skills were indeed much higher than Nian Liandan's. Guojing's expression also turned solemn. Even though he had lost his memories, he still had his memories of battle, and he immediately sensed the danger. He immediately activated his left and right inter-combat technique, using the hollow bright fist in one hand and the 18 dragon subduing palms in the other. His hands also transformed into countless afterimages, flashing in all directions as if they were in sync with each other. At this time, Ba Siba also arrived. It could be seen that his qigong was much weaker than Li Qimei's, but different from Li Qimei's elegance and lightness, his attacks were earth-shattering. His whole body seemed to be blooming with a blue lotus. This was not an illusion, but when one's internal energy reached a certain level, it would resonate with the surrounding air and form its own pattern. Every night Chinese the internal energy attribute was different, and the pattern produced was also different. For example, the 18 dragons subduing palms of the beggar sect often had the shape of a dragon when the palm was used, and the toad skill of the white camel villa faintly had the pressure of a toad pouncing on its food when it was used. There had always been different opinions in the martial arts world, but no one had a conclusion. Feeling the pressure coming from behind, Guojing did not dare to take it head-on. He directly rolled like a lazy donkey. Although the posture was ugly, it combined the essence of the 9 manual's snake-flipping fox and the Mongolian wrestling technique. Unexpectedly, he avoided the opponent's palm attack from the front and back of the two masters. Ba-Siba's palm hit the air, and he felt the counterattack of the opponent's 18 dragons subduing palms. His face changed slightly, and his hands kept making gestures. Soon, a lotus wrapped him in it, and he withstood the opponent's arrogant dragon's remorse. Song Qingshu's gaze fell on the stone wall not far away. There was a huge handprint on it. It was left behind by Ba-Siba's palm that missed. The handprint on the stone wall was so obvious that even the fingerprints could be seen clearly. Recalling the information that Zhao Min introduced to him, this should be Ba-Siba's god-destroying palm. It was said that it could even destroy gods, which showed how powerful it was. When Guojing's palm power and Ba-Siba's lotus shield disappeared, Naya also arrived with his sword. Although his martial arts were not as good as Ba-Siba and Li Qimei, he was still a first-class master in the world. He was the commander of the world-famous Jie Shui army, who was responsible for protecting Temujin. How could he be easy to deal with? At first, he was still holding back, but seeing that Guojing was so difficult to deal with, he directly used his sword to split Mount Hua, and a huge aura of the sword rushed towards Guojing. Guojing wanted to dodge, but Li Qimei had learned from the previous experience and blocked all his escape routes, forcing him to take the attack head-on. Ba-Siba, on the side, took the opportunity to use the art of shaking heaven and hitting earth, which was a spiritual martial art that could make people reveal their deepest secrets, and at the same time, confuse the opponent's mind during battle. It should be known that in a fight between masters, a single second of control at a critical moment was enough to determine the winner. But Guojing was only stunned for half a second, and continued to fight. He used the Big Dipper and jumped out of Li Qimei's blockade with a set of very mysterious and simple steps. At this time, Naya's sword aura also hit the ground, and a long and narrow crack appeared on the floor. Hey, this footwork is a bit special. Temujin and Tongtian were both surprised. Obviously, this footwork made them look at Guojing in a different light. Of course, Song Qingshu recognized that this was Wang Chongyang's Big Dipper formation. Generally speaking, it needed 7 people to use it, and only he could use it alone. He didn't expect that Guojing could also use it. Although it was not as strong as Wang Chongyang's ability to split into 7, it was enough to escape from the encirclement of 3 people. Song Qingshu made his move. Although it was a bit risky, he had to help Guojing escape, otherwise it would be too late when the 2 grandmasters, Temujin and Tongtian, attacked. Mimicking the footwork of the Shueiyue Grand Master, he quickly approached Guojing and slashed out with his sword. While Guojing was dodging, he struck out with his palm. It seemed to be frightening, but it was of very clever softness. Guojing was sent out of the yard by a huge force. Chapter 2374. A white figure blocked his path. Jean Bingyun, who had been watching from the side, made her move. The long sword in her hand was like a pool of autumn water, cold and cold. Guojing's palms met it, and when the palms and swords collided, Jean Bingyun's body trembled, and she hurriedly retreated. Even though she was sent flying, her posture was still graceful and showed no signs of panic. By the time she landed, she had already sheathed her sword. Although she could not stop the enemy, she had bought enough time. In the distance, Temujin snorted coldly, apparently dissatisfied that the group had not been able to take him down after such a long time. Tongtian Shaman's hands shook, and suddenly a group of dark shadows appeared around him. They looked a bit like crows and quickly flew to Guojing's side and entangled him. Guojing roared again and again, but no matter how he attacked, he could not disperse the black ducks around him. At this time, Li Qimei, Ba-Siba, and Naya all arrived. A finger, a palm, and a knife. Guojing spat out blood and immediately lost the ability to fight. Li Qimei and Ba-Siba were still worried, and took the opportunity to seal all the acupuncture points on his body. Only then did Guojing breathe a sigh of relief. Guojing! Seeing her lover captured, Huajing screamed and tried to go over, but Temujin directly chopped at the back of her neck and knocked her out. Put Guojing in prison. Without my order, no one is allowed to see him. Bring Huajing back to the king's tent, and don't let her go out again. Temujin issued the order with a calm face, and then stared fiercely at Song Qingshu and the others. What happened today must not be leaked to the outside, or you will be killed without question. Yes. Li Qimei, Ba Siba, and the others hurriedly responded. Even with so many masters working together, Guojing had almost escaped. Each of them had lost face. Moreover, this was a scandal of the royal family, and naturally they would not be so stupid as to spread it around. Ba Siba looked at Guojing in confusion. He did not understand why his psychic attack on Guojing had failed. There seemed to be a psychic imprint in Guojing's mind. Could it be that someone had done something to it? But now that there were so many people, he did not voice his suspicions. Temujin turned around and left. When the group of people left the gate, he stopped and said to Naya, "Leave no one alive." Naya nodded and began to slaughter the people in the princess residence with his soldiers. Song Qingshu could not bear to see this and hurriedly advised, "Great Khan, isn't this too much? They are only following orders." Jin Bingyun chimed in, "That's right. Many of them probably don't know." Temujin was about to get angry, but seeing that Jin Bingyun had also spoken up, he replied, "They deserve to die for helping the princess hide this from me." With that, he left. Jin Bingyun wanted to say more. Li Qimei stopped her. This is a serious matter. If it is not handled well, it will affect the relationship between the royal family and the Hongji tribe. There are many people in the princess's mansion, and we have made such a big noise. We can't let them leak the secret. What kind of person could keep a secret the best? Of course, it was the dead. Li Qimei looked back at Song Qingshu and said, "I didn't know that the great sect was such a compassionate person. The way of the warrior is all about not killing the unarmed." Song Qingshu replied coldly. Seeing that the others all looked as if they were used to it, he felt a chill in his heart. Before, when he heard about massacres, he only felt it indirectly, but now he saw with his own eyes how Temujin had executed so many people with a single order. Life was just a number in the eyes of these people, not even a number. Back at the palace, Temujin was obviously not in the mood to deal with them. The masters dispersed while Song Qingshu hurried back to the princess residence. Now that he was in the enemy's camp, it was best to save as many people as he could. Unfortunately, not long after he left, he was stopped by someone. Looking at the person in front of him, Song Qingshu's face was full of caution. "What does the chief want with me?" The person was, of course, the Tongtian shaman. "Guojing has been captured. You must go and save him." "Why do you want to save him?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. The Tongtian shaman's voice sounded very strange through the mask. "That's none of your business. You must save him. If you want to save him, then why did you stop Guojing just now? Otherwise, he might have escaped successfully." Song Qingshu frowned. The Tongtian shaman shook his head. "I had no reason to stand by and do nothing. Besides, even if I didn't do anything, there was still Temujin. Guojing would not have been able to escape. How is Temujin's kung fu compared to yours?" Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. "I've never fought him. No one has even seen him fight. But his aura, especially that thick murderous aura, gives me a sense of danger." Song Qingshu nodded. It was very similar to his own feeling. But guessing like this is not a solution. Should I find an opportunity to test him? The Tongtian shaman laughed. "If you want to test him, go ahead. I wish you good luck." Song Qingshu cursed the old fox in his mind and returned to the previous question. "Since you also want to save Guojing, why don't you do it yourself? With your status, it should be easier for you to save him. I just want to muddy the waters a little, the Tongtian shaman said. I don't have to save Guojing. On the other hand, everyone knows that you have a good relationship with Guojing and Huang Rong. If you don't save him, your reputation will be tarnished. Think about it yourself. He laughed a few times and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Hearing his threatening words, Song Qingshu gnashed his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do. This was the advantage of an open plot. Even if you knew about it, you could only fall into the trap. But saving Guojing could only be planned in the long run. The most important thing now was to deal with the people from the princess residence. As Song Qingshu hurried back, he sighed. If Dongfang Muxuan knew about this, she would definitely laugh at him for being too soft-hearted. Rationally, he should not have taken such a huge risk to save these people. But in the end, he could not just sit back and do nothing. Unfortunately, he had wasted a lot of time on the way back. He did not know how many people were left. After changing his clothes, he arrived outside the princess residence. But he was a little stunned. The corpses he had imagined did not appear, nor were there the screams and cries of slaughter. Instead, it was very quiet. He was about to enter the yard to investigate when he saw a group of people coming out. The person in the lead was dressed in white and had an indifferent look in her eyes. It was as if she did not come from this world. Miss Jean, this is against the rules. Naya chased after her. The woman in white was Jean Bingyun. Her voice was clear. I will bring these people back to the Palace of Demon Masters and settle them down. I will not let them leave until the matter is settled. Does the general not trust the Palace of Demon Masters? Not really. But the Great Khan's order is to execute them all. It will be hard for me to explain myself. Naya frowned. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Besides, I have asked Empress Hulun. She clearly does not want to see so many innocent people die, Jean Bingyun said. Empress Hulun. Naya's eyes were dazed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Unless the Empress gives the order herself, I will not let you leave. Do you think I would falsify the Empress's order? Jean Bingyun frowned slightly, her tone displeased. Of course that is not what I mean, but… Naya was also depressed. You have the Devil Master to protect you. Even if something happens, the Great Khan will not blame you. I will be in big trouble. The Empress has arrived. Chapter 2375. Seeing that Jean Bingyun had protected the people of the princess residence, Song Qingshu couldn't help but look at her in a new light. She was from the Palace of Sorcerers, but she was as kind as a saintess. For the sake of this matter, he wouldn't call her poison anymore. At this time, a group of people galloped over from the distance. The one in the lead was a middle-aged beauty dressed in a bright red military uniform. Her eyes were bright and full of expression, and she didn't have any of the gentleness of the concubines of the central dynasties. What evil! As the horse galloped, Song Qingshu's eyes couldn't help but roll up and down. He subconsciously touched his nose to see if there was any blood coming out. I wonder which empress it is? He was curious. The customs of the Mongolian dynasty were different from those of the Central Plains. The emperors of the Central Plains had 3,000 concubines, but only one empress. The Mongolians, on the other hand, could have 4 empresses at the same time. Each empress had her own odor, palace tent, and each odor governed a certain number of concubines. The empress of the first odor was Borte, the wife of Temujin and the birth mother of Joki, Chagatai, Ogidi, and Tali. When Temujin was still weak, he was defeated by his enemies, and Borte was kidnapped. It was only a year later that Temujin managed to rescue his wife, but by that time, Borte was already pregnant with his enemy's son, Joki. However, Temujin didn't mind. He still respected his wife and treated Joki as his own. The Hongjaira clan's current glory was also because of her. Of course, Joki's bloodline was also a hidden danger. Later, when Temujin was considering a successor, Chagatai publicly questioned the eldest son, Joki, as a bastard, and caused the two royal families to be at odds. That was why the position of crown prince fell to the third son, Ogidi. As for why the position eventually fell to the Talyui line, that was a story for another time. The empress of the second order was Hulan, which in Mongolian meant red. She came from the Meyer Chi tribe, which was the enemy of Temujin's tribe. Years ago, Temujin's father stole the fiancée of the Meyer Chi tribe's younger brother, Herlun, and gave birth to Temujin's brothers. Later, the Meyer Chi tribe also stole Temujin's wife, Borte, and made her pregnant and gave birth to Joki. In this regard, Song Qingshu could only sigh. The circle of the rich is really messy. The Urki tribe was made up of several smaller tribes, and Hulan was the daughter of one of the tribe leaders. Her father had participated in the kidnapping of Borte, but unfortunately, the Urki tribe suffered repeated defeats. They fled to the Naiman tribe and joined forces with the great Yang Khan to fight against Temujin. In the final battle, they suffered a crushing defeat. With no other choice, Hulan surrendered to Temujin and willingly became his concubine. Hulan was a famous beauty of the steppe. Temujin was overjoyed and agreed to their surrender. He made her his second empress and doted on her greatly. She was the only woman who followed Temujin into battle his entire life. Whether it was on the Mongolian steppe or in the western countries, she fought alongside Temujin on the front lines. Thinking back to the secrets Zhao Min had told him in bed, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Temujin was truly a man of his word. Not only did he completely defeat his enemy, but he also conquered his wife and daughter. The woman in front of him was obviously not Borte. Her age did not match, and she was not one of the other two empresses. The other two were younger, so she must be the second empress, Hulan. As expected, the Mongolian soldiers all knelt down. "Greetings, Empress Hulan." Empress Hulan nodded and waved the whip in her hand, signaling everyone to stand up. "I heard from Bingyun what happened. I was a little worried, so I came to take a look." "What's wrong, Naya? Are you not going to let them go?" Naya looked at the enchanting figure in red. A complicated look flashed across his eyes, but he quickly lowered his eyes. "Since the Empress has come in person, I naturally would not dare to stop you." He then signaled for his soldiers to let them go. Jean Bingyun led the people from the princess residence to the Empress side. Hulan looked at Naya, who was kneeling on the ground and unwilling to raise his head. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not. She only sighed and said, "Thank you, General. Let's go." She came like a gust of wind, and when she left, she did not drag her feet. She was like a colorful cloud in the sky, beautiful but erratic. Song Qingshu watched coldly from the side. He saw the complicated look in Naya's eyes and Hulan's hesitant expression. He could not help but ponder, could it be that there is something going on between these two? But his attention was quickly attracted by two figures in the crowd behind Jean Bingyun. Even though they were wearing Mongolian clothes and were trying their best to cover themselves, he could still see that they were Han. Who else could it be but the Wu brothers? He remembered seeing them during the marriage selection in Xixia. They had found out about Shifu's whereabouts and came to the Great Desert. It seemed that they had finally found the princess residence. He wondered if they had contacted Guojing. He followed them quietly, thinking of a way to get them out. Otherwise, if they were brought into the Devil's Palace, it would be difficult for them to see the light of day again. After walking for a while, De Wu and Xiao Wu looked at each other, as if they could see the determination in each other's eyes. Suddenly, they jumped out of the crowd and pounced on Empress Hulan. They had gone through untold hardships to find out the whereabouts of their Shifu. After much difficulty, they finally managed to sneak into the princess's residence. But before they could even speak with Guojing, Temujin suddenly barged in with his men. Not only did they capture their Shifu, they were almost killed as well. Guojing's capture happened in the blink of an eye. When they learned that something had happened, they wanted to rush over to help, but their martial arts were too weak. They knew that it would be very difficult to rescue Shifu with their martial arts, but the Empress had appeared. From the reaction of the Mongolians, Temujin must have doted on the Empress. So they decided to risk their lives and capture the Empress as a hostage in exchange for their Shifu. Although there were many guards around the Empress, they still had a chance to succeed if they suddenly attacked. Even if they succeeded, they might not be able to keep their lives. As long as they could save their master, what was there to fear about sacrificing their lives? Song Qinshu, on the other hand, almost couldn't stop himself from cursing out loud. These two were really retarded children. Not to mention Jin Bingyun, even the Empress guards were not to be trifled with. Sure enough, the Mongols were caught off guard and even allowed Dao to get close to the Empress. Delighted, he reached out to grab the Empress' shoulder, but Hulin's expression darkened and she lashed out with her whip. She had followed Temujin through many battles and was a soldier herself. Naturally, her kung fu was not weak. Dao, on the other hand, had subconsciously assumed that the Empress was a delicate young lady. How could she not be at a disadvantage? Dawu screamed as he was whipped. The surrounding warriors quickly reacted and slashed at him with their swords. Xiaowu cried out in alarm and rushed to help his brother. Unfortunately, the two of them were unarmed and could not block the weapons coming from all directions. It looked like they were about to be chopped into meat paste. Song Qinshu had no choice but to take action. In a flash, he appeared next to Dawu and Xiaowu. With a palm strike, he knocked away the swords of the surrounding warriors, then immediately jumped out of the battle with the two of them and ran in another direction. Jin Bingyun's expression had been cold all along. The previous situation did not require her to take action, but now she had no choice but to do so. With a tap of her foot, she chased after the three of them like a graceful swan. Song Qinshu had seen Jin Bingyun's lightness kung fu before. It was very skillful in its own way. With two men in his hands, it was difficult to get rid of her. If more troops in the city were to be alerted, it would be troublesome. So he quickly said to Dawu and Xiaowu, "You guys go to the recruitment center in the south of the city to find Yanggua. I'll stay here and delay the pursuers." "Thank you, master." Dawu and Xiaowu were a little surprised that Yanggua was also in the forest. Although they had always been at odds with each other, they had no time to care about the past grievances. Chapter 2376. Seeing him in front of her, Jin Bingyun also stopped and slowly pulled out the long sword in her hand. "Who are you?" Song Qinshu pulled the mask on his face to make sure it did not fall off. He then said in a low, muffled voice, "If you want to fight, just fight. There's no need to talk so much nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked her. She came from the Devil Palace, so he naturally would not let go of this opportunity to test her. Previously, he had tested her with the little devil master Fang Yeu and the others, but it was not comprehensive. He wanted to see if he could find any information related to the Taoist Heart Devil Seed from Jin Bingyun. Jin Bingyun was stunned. She had a high status in the Devil Palace, and with her outstanding appearance and temperament, even the higher-ups in Mongolia treated her with respect. Ordinary men were even more careful to show their best side when they saw her. She had never seen someone who attacked her as soon as they met. However, she was only slightly stunned. Soon, she calmed down and waved her sword to meet the attack. After a few moves, Song Qinshu frowned. Although the opponent's martial arts were good, there was still a big gap between him and her. It was probably unrealistic to speculate Pang Ban's martial arts from her. However, Red Sun Dharmaraja mentioned that Pang Ban had chosen her as the medium for the Taoist Heart Devil Seed. Then her martial arts must be related to the Taoist Heart Devil Seed. He might be able to see some clues from the opponent's inner force. However, Jin Bingyun felt that the opponent was a little distracted. She felt a little strange. There was only a thin line between masters, so why did the opponent make such a mistake? Although she was a little puzzled, she should not let go of such a good opportunity. The sword in her hand smoothly stabbed toward the opponent's vital acupoints. Song Qingshu moved his body to the side and dodged her sword. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward. Jean Bingyun immediately lost her balance and staggered forward. She was shocked, but her expression was still as calm as water. She waved her left hand. Her slender hand looked soft, but if it was hit, it would not be a problem to break a stone tablet. Unfortunately, her hand was only halfway through when she was hit by the opponent's shoulder. The qi in her body stagnated for a moment, and then her whole body flew into the air and was flipped by the opponent. Jean Bingyun tried to keep her balance and stretched out her leg to kick forward. Unfortunately, the opponent directly leaned against her body, leaving her no place to exert force. Then she found that her hands were locked behind her back, and the opponent's knee was also on her waist, making her unable to move. "What martial arts are you using?" Jean Bingyun did not show any panic and still asked calmly. Song Qingshu was stunned. "Aren't you afraid?" Jean Bingyun said indifferently, "Why should I be afraid? Life or death makes no difference to me." Song Qingshu did not expect her words to reveal a strong sense of melancholy, completely unlike a young girl's state of mind. He deliberately said fiercely, "But for a woman, death is not the most terrifying thing, especially for someone as beautiful as you. Aren't you afraid that I'll violate you?" After saying that, he purposely let out a few sinister laughs, making him feel like a bad guy. The two of them were so close to each other, and he could smell the elegant fragrance coming from her body, making him feel more and more immersed in his role. Of the sound. He thought he he would make her. To he. Song Qingshu. It took him a long time to catch his breath. "Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. Why don't you care about this?" Jean Bingyun replied, "First of all, you will die immediately after you violate me. Second of all, if I can make someone sad, I will feel a sense of revenge." Song Qingshu asked tentatively, "Are you saying that there is poison in your body?" "Poison?" Jean Bingyun was stunned and then nodded. "You can think of it that way. But you are alive and kicking. It doesn't look like there is poison in your body." As Song Qingshu chatted with her, he had already quietly checked her body with his inner breath. He checked her meridians and the nature of her internal energy. "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Jean Bingyun was still cold. She didn't feel the slightest shame for being controlled from behind. Song Qingshu was also helpless to meet such a woman. If it were someone else, he might really flirt with such a fairy-like girl. But when he thought that she was the medium of the demonic seed, he dispelled all thoughts. Seeing that he did not speak, Jean Bingyun asked, "You haven't answered my question yet. What was the name of your move?" "It has no name. I just used it casually. The pull, hit, and turn just now was a reference to the grasping the bird's tail in Tai Chi. He had seen him use it once in the Golden Snake Camp, so he had a deep impression of it. He imitated it casually. At their level of martial arts, all kinds of martial arts were at their fingertip. Although the actual effect might not be as good as the original version, they could imitate most of it." Jean Bingyun thought that he did not want to say it, so she did not continue to ask, "Then do you still want to violate me?" Hearing her ask such a serious question, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a headache. How could he answer this? Jean Bingyun said again, "If you don't want to violate me, can you let go of me? This position is very uncomfortable." At this time, Song Qingshu had already heard the footsteps of a large group of Mongolian warriors coming this way. He had almost checked the jinqi in her body, so he let go of her hands. "Haha, today is not the right time. I will find another time to continue this fate with you." With that, he floated away. Jean Bingyun rubbed her sore shoulders. Looking at his disappearing figure, she suddenly asked, Are you Song Qinshu? Hearing this, Song Qinshu was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Why did this woman want to go against him? She had also drawn everyone's attention to him in the imperial palace. At this time, it was not appropriate to say anything, so he simply left. Only Jean Bingyun was left standing there silently. The cold north wind made her dress flutter, making her figure seem even more delicate. At this time, a group of Mongolian warriors rushed over. When they saw her, they hurriedly asked, "Miss Jean, which direction did the assassin escape to?" Jean Bingyun pointed in the direction that Song Qinshu had left, then turned around and walked back. With that person's lightness skill, how could these ordinary warriors catch up to him? Who was that person? Under the light of the setting sun, her shadow stretched out on the ground. Her entire temperament did not fit in with the people around her, and she gave off a feeling of loneliness. Song Qinshu shook off his pursuers and decided to find Zhao Min first. This time, too many things had happened, and he needed to find her to discuss, especially the matter of how to save Guojing. When he arrived outside the Ruyang prince's mansion, he could not help but frown. He discovered that the guards around the prince's mansion had become even stricter. With his lightness skill, it was difficult for him to sneak in. It was all because of Jean Bingyun's words in the imperial palace. Chapter 2377. In the end, Song Qinshu still entered the Ruyang palace. Although Temujin had increased the number of guards and the defenses around the palace were so tight that not even a fly could fly in, Song Qinshu could still use imminent skyline to directly pass through the outer defenses. When he reached the interior of the palace, the security was relatively less tight. Arriving outside Zhao Min's boudoir, he saw through the window that she was drawing something on her desk. Curious, he quietly approached her from behind. He could faintly see that her skin was slightly flushed, as if she was slightly intoxicated by alcohol. Her radiance increased her beauty. Beauties had always been gentle and elegant, or delicate and charming. Zhao Min and elegance were completely different, but to say that she was delicate and charming was not a complete description of her temperament. This was because she was different from ordinary women. There was a unique, valiant air between her brows. At the same time, because of her identity, she had cultivated a graceful and luxurious temperament from a young age. She had a dignified air that made people feel deep veneration and not dare to stare at her. A pervert like Lu Zhangke, who used to work in the Ruyang palace and even had evil thoughts about Wang Baobao's concubines, did not dare to have such thoughts about Zhao Min. It was probably because her unique temperament suppressed him. Suddenly, Zhao Min moved. A woman's keen sixth sense told her that she was in danger, and the brush in her hand stabbed out. She was naturally intelligent and had been taught by a famous master in the Ruyang palace. Her kung fu had always been good, and later, with Song Qinshu's hands-on guidance, her kung fu had improved even further. Even though she was holding a brush in her hand, its power was no less than that of a sharp sword. Song Qinshu was also startled. He quickly lifted her wrist and put his other hand around her waist. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" Zhao Min was startled, but by then she had clearly seen that it was him. A hint of a smile gradually appeared on her face. "Who told you to sneak in? I thought you were a little pervert. Now that the security outside is so tight, how could I not sneak in?" Hugging her soft body, Song Qinshu couldn't help but take a deep breath of her fragrance. "My Min Min is still the best. She's as beautiful as a rose and as brilliant as the sun. It's much more comfortable than hugging that lump of ice, Jean Bingyun. I don't know what's going on today, but the number of guards outside has suddenly increased." Zhao Min was clearly distressed by the situation. "Because someone suspects that I'm already in Helen City," Song Qinshu said gloomily. "What's going on?" Zhao Min was also shocked. Song Qinshu then roughly told her about Jean Bingyun's speculation in the palace. Zhao Min's expression became more and more strange as she listened. You wouldn't have abandoned me after using me, would you? Impossible, Song Qingshu said with lingering fear. Didn't I tell you already? It's very likely that she's the medium for Pangban to cultivate the Tao Heart Devil Seed. How would I dare to touch her? I've also seen that Jean Bingyun. She's indeed like a fairy. I'm just afraid that with your lecherous personality, you won't be able to control yourself. Zhao Min looked at him with suspicion. Clearly, she didn't have much confidence in his self-control. Am I that kind of person? Song Qingshu felt a little guilty as he spoke of it. He hurriedly changed the topic. What were you drawing just now? Zhao Min's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly hid the things on the table behind her. Nothing. Is that so? Song Qingshu naturally didn't believe it. He immediately used the dragon's claw to tickle Zhao Min so much that she trembled. In the end, the things in her hands were also taken away. It turned out to be a painting. On the painting scroll was a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome and elegant. A fairy-like aura assaulted one's face through the paper. Song Qingshu sighed at Zhao Min's painting skills. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. So I'm so handsome in your heart? But your painting skills aren't good. You only drew half of my handsomeness. You didn't draw my outstanding temperament. Zhao Min stared at him angrily. Has anyone ever said that you are very cheap? She asked. Song Qingshu almost choked to death. He never thought that after being with Zhao Min for a long time, she would actually use some of his catchphrases. He pretended to fly into a rage out of shame, scaring Zhao Min into quickly waving her hand. Let's talk about proper matters first. What happened in Gao Cheng's labyrinth? I heard that Wu Qin died? Although she was under house arrest in the palace, the Ruyang Palace's influence was not small, so she naturally had channels to obtain information from the outside. Hearing her talk about proper matters, Song Qingshu put away his joking intent and told her about his trip to Gaochang. Seeing her serious expression, he wanted to discuss the Tong Tian shaman matter with her, but who would have thought that she would suddenly say, Yili Xian and Ah Man must be very beautiful, right? Song Qingshu subconsciously nodded, but he reacted with a bit of a guilty conscience. What does this have to do with them? Zhao Min revealed an expression of, as expected, and then looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Did you secretly eat the small one or the big one? Song Qingshu couldn't help shifting his position. Am I that kind of person? Zhao Min nodded her head firmly. If I had to guess, you should have done something big. Although you are a lecherous person, and you can't do something like that to a young girl, it's different if you do something big. Anyway, you are already married. You don't need to take any responsibility for a mature man and woman. Coo. Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder they all said that it was not good for a wife to be too smart. They were not deceiving him, so he naturally would not admit to this matter. He quickly said, Stop joking around, let's talk about the Tong Tian shaman matter. Zhao Min also stopped joking around. Although I expected that there would be conflict between the Tong Tian shaman and Temujin, I didn't expect it to be so serious. He killed Wu Chen, probably to sow discord between the royal family and the Hongjiara tribe. If I'm not mistaken, he should have a backup plan. Song Qingshu then asked, Do you think the person Hai Wanli asked was him? Zhao Min shook her head. With the identity of the Tong Tian shaman, Hai Wanli wouldn't have been able to ask him to do anything. The key was that Wu Chen was the leader of the Hongjiara tribe, and killing him was a matter of great importance. The Tong Tian shaman would never leave such a big weakness for others to use against him. If you hadn't seen it this time, no one would have known that it was him. Song Qingshu had all kinds of speculations before, but it was difficult for him to make a final judgment. After her analysis, his thoughts finally became clear. The person Hai Wanli is looking for is probably Hua Qintong. Zhao Min couldn't help but sigh. Although I knew that Hai Wanli was holding back the fire of revenge, I never thought that she would betray Mongolia for the sake of revenge. Interesting. Song Qingshu was worried that she would change the topic to Huaqingtong and Hai Wanli. Why should I be afraid of talking about Hai Wanli? Oh, I also discovered something interesting today. Then he told her about what happened in the princess's residence, specifically mentioning the eye contact between Empress Hulun and Naya. Is there really something going on between the two of them? Zhao Min's eyes flashed with excitement. It was obvious that she had been looking for a chance to take revenge. The more gaps there were around the enemy, the more she could use them to her advantage. Empress Hulun was the daughter of the leader of Temujin's mortal enemy, Mi Erki. Later, Mi Erki was defeated and decided to surrender to Temujin. But at that time, the whole Mongolian grasslands were in chaos, and Hulun was extremely beautiful. It was not easy to reach Temujin's location safely. So Hulun and her father first sought refuge with Naya, who was on the battlefield at that time. Naya took her to see the Khan. Hulun was protected by him along the way, and they spent 3 days in his tent before they reached Temujin's camp. Temujin suspected that the two of them were having an affair during those 3 days. He was extremely angry and whipped Naya, but Naya didn't make any excuses. Chapter 2378. Zhao Min paused, then continued, "Because of all that, I thought they were innocent. But after hearing what you just said, I'm afraid there really is something going on between them." How did Temujin know she was a virgin? Song Qingshu asked hesitantly. There are many ways to deceive everyone. Not to mention the major repair techniques used by hospitals in the future, even calculating menstruation dates or using chicken blood as a disguise, as long as one's acting skills were good enough to fool everyone. Zhao Min couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. The Khan is such a man. He has seen countless women. How could he not know these things? Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed. The experienced Temujin was not like those naive men of the later generations. Zhao Min couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh on his waist. What's in your head all day long? How do you know so much about the dirty tricks in the brothel? I'm a pedant, ahem. Song Qingshu also felt awkward talking about this and hurriedly said, "We can think about Hulan and Naya later. Right now, the most important thing is to save Guojing. If we waste any more time, he might die." "Why are you so eager to save him?" Zhao Min looked at him suspiciously. "You've saved him countless times already, and you're always so eager. Could it be what?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The corner of Zhao Min's mouth rose slightly. "Could it be that there's something going on between you and that beautiful Chief Wang? Is it because of her that you're so eager to save Guojing? Think about it from another angle. Now that Temujin has killed him, isn't he clearing the way for you?" Song Qingshu's expression turned serious. "Hero Guo has done a great service to the country and is a role model for the Chinese people. Since I know he's in danger, how can I just sit back and do nothing?" Zhao Min curled her lips. "Humph, I'm a witch. I'm not as noble as you. I'm just weighing the gains and losses. In my opinion, you've risked so many times to save him. What you've done is not worth what you've done." Song Qingshu felt guilty, but there were many things he couldn't say. Min, help me think of something." Zhao Min's expression softened a little. "It's not wise for you to expose yourself to save him. I think you can ask someone else to do it." "Who?" Song Qingshu asked. "Did you forget that you saw Yang Guo at Kubilai's mansion?" Zhao Min smiled sweetly. "Their families are friends and Guojing has treated him well. How could he just sit back and do nothing? Of course, although Yang Guo's martial arts are high, he can't do it alone. Didn't Hong Qigong and Zhou Batong cause trouble at Ali Buge's and Kubilai's palaces? Think of a way to contact them and ask for their help. Things will be much easier." Song Qingshu was still a little doubtful. "But Helen is the headquarters of the Mongolians. Forget about the large number of soldiers there, Even if we count the elites among the higher-ups, they can be said to be countless. Can they really save Guojing with just a few people? Zhao Min answered calmly, they're just outside help. They still need someone inside. That's when you'll need to step in. Me? Looking at the fox-like smile on her face, Song Qinshu really wanted to give her a good tug. She had to speak so slowly. Zhao Min said, didn't Brother Meng's widow, Princess Yaluan, give you a gift? Now that her father died in the Gaochang maze, you have a reason to get close to her. Song Qinshu hurriedly put on a serious face and said, although Princess Yaluan is quite beautiful, am I such a shallow person to sell my beauty? Zhao Min looked at him strangely. Who asked you to sell your beauty? Princess Yaluan has always been dignified and reserved. She never pretends to be polite to men. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to sell your beauty. Not to mention that you're wearing the face of the Shueiyue clan. Song Qinshu realized that he had misunderstood. Zhao Min continued, according to the information I've received, Temujin has imprisoned Guojing in the imperial prison. General Wuliang Hutai is in charge of the prison. Wuliang Hutai and Brother Meng have a deep relationship. Wuliang Hutai. Song Qinshu had an impression of this person in history because his name was very special. In history, he and Kublai went on an expedition to Dali. In his life, he was famous for his vast area of conquest, from the Tumen River in the east to Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary in the west. In the south, he conquered the capital of Vietnam, Hanoi. However, not long after Kublai came to power, he removed his military power. Even when the war with Ali Bokhara reached a critical moment, he did not allow this famous general to enter the battlefield. This was because he was Brother Meng's trusted general. In history, Brother Meng sent him with Kublai on an expedition to Dali with the intention of monitoring them. But in this world, Brother Meng died young, so it was unknown what his relationship with the kings was. Zhao Min explained, Wuliang Hutai is the son of the famous General Subutai. When Subutai was defeated in a battle, the Khan blamed him. It was Brother Meng who came to plead for him, saying that victory and defeat are common in war, and asked for Subutai to be allowed to redeem himself. This allowed him to keep his life and have a chance to turn defeat into victory. So the Subutai family is very grateful to Brother Meng. Although Subutai is dead, his son should remember this kindness. If Princess Yaluan comes forward, he will certainly not stop her. Song Qinshu was puzzled. If it was a normal matter, it would be fine. But this is not a small matter. Why would Wuliang Hutai take such a big risk for the sake of his past kindness? Zhao Min replied, if it was someone else, they might not dare, but Wuliang Hutai's identity is special. You should know that his father, Subutai, was one of the 10 meritorious officials when the Khan founded the country. He himself is a famous general. Over the years, the father and son have made many contributions and their family is not to be underestimated. So even if he makes a mistake, the Khan will at most punish him, and his life will not be in danger. After a pause, Zhao Min looked at him with a strange expression. The problem now is how will you persuade Princess Yaluan to help you? Do you really want to consider sacrificing your body? Nonsense, am I that kind of person? Song Qinshu smiled awkwardly. Then I'll go make the arrangements and come back to you later. Zhao Min nodded. She knew that Guojing's life was at stake, so she did not try to persuade him to stay. Song Qinshu left the Ruyang Palace and headed for the recruitment center in the south of the city. Just as he was worrying about where Yang Guo was going to live, he suddenly heard the faint sound of arguing in the distance. He hurriedly followed the sound. Yang Guo, you're making excuses here. In my opinion, you're just afraid of death and don't want to save Master. Big brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Now that he has surrendered to the Mongols, he has become their running dog. Why would he take the risk to save Master? It's a pity that he owes Master a great debt of gratitude. Big Wu and Little Wu were echoing each other as they mocked and ridiculed Yang Guo. Yang Guo finally became angry. Shut up! Even pigs would worship you as kings. If we rush over to save him, not only will we not be able to save Uncle Guo, we'll only be throwing our lives away. We're not afraid of death. Worst comes to worst, we'll die with Master. At least we'll be able to face Master's wife and the heavens. Wu Duanru cupped his hands in the direction of Peach Blossom Island. That's right. Wu Xiuan raised his head. We came looking for you because we were blind. You don't have to worry about saving people. Big brother, let's go. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.